Test 1, 2, test 1, 2. Our audio broadcast of Stagg Bowl 50 will start in a few minutes. Thank you for joining us. Our live audio broadcast of Stagg Bowl 50 will start in just over 5 minutes. Thanks for tuning in. This is a live audio broadcast of Stagg Bowl 50. We'll be back with pregame and coach interviews and Keith McMillan's keys to the game starting in about 5 minutes. Please stand by.
Tackle. He's a 6'5", 290.
Test, test, test. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Tajamir Torres, Joe Mack.
Hello and welcome, coming to you live from Salem Stadium in Salem, Virginia, here for Stagg Bowl 50. Pat Coleman along with Keith McMillan. Keith, before anything else, I never thought that you and I would be back here in this spot, really this spot right above the 22-yard line, calling a Stagg Bowl in Salem, Virginia.
Very familiar spot for us. We've been at every Stagg Bowl since 1999 together, broadcasting them for D3Football.com. There are a lot of people probably listening today that don't remember a world before the website was live. And for the longest time, Salem was where the national championship was held. And then it's moved around the past few years to Shenandoah, Texas, to Canton, Ohio, and to Annapolis, Maryland. And it's back here in Salem for the 50th playing of a Stagg Bowl. And although it's familiar to us and maybe familiar to a lot of our listeners, and being in the national championship game is familiar to North Central, this is their first trip to Salem and Cortland's first trip to a national championship, a Stagg Bowl of any kind.
Indeed. Head coach Brad Spencer of North Central said after the national semifinal win last week that so many people throughout the North Central program, as it had been building and building over the course of the aughts and the teens, were focused on the road to Salem. It was identifiable as the national championship location. And, of course, that moved around, as you said, and they have played all of their games in other places. But Brad Spencer is of an age where he identifies with those guys. He's a 2004 graduate of North Central. The alumni who he is familiar with and who he hears from on a regular basis have always identified this as the place to be, and now they are here in this place.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, aren't too many people that grow up dreaming of playing D3, right? A lot of people have dreams of playing at bigger colleges, and then they find out about D3 along the way. Now there's a quarterback for Cortland that may dispute that, right? Because Zach Boyes grew up around a Division III program. His dad was a coach. But, yeah, for a lot of people, as long as we can remember the national championships here in Salem, if you took a look at our features on D3Football.com during the week, we reminisced about some of the great games in Salem. The weather was terrible for some of them. Remember the 2009, Pat, you wrote about the snow game where they had to move the kickoff of 5 hours and clear the field off.
Yep.
We've had other games where wind was a factor, especially in the kicking game, returning punts, that sort of thing.
Passing game, 2002.
Today, beautiful weather, almost perfect for this time of year. You know, it's the middle of December. You got 49 degrees on the field, almost no wind, no precipitation. So you're going to get the most honest representation of what these two teams can do today because the weather is about as perfect as you could ask for. A little chilly.
But not impossible.
But
you know,
perfect.
Cortland didn't play in worse weather last week. They may have played in worse weather a couple weeks earlier. North Central certainly played in worse weather last week. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we will be talking with Kurt Fitzpatrick. He's the head coach of the Red Dragons of Cortland. You are listening to Stagg Bowl 50 from D3Football.com. Now we're joined by Kurt Fitzpatrick, head coach of Cortland, as we're getting ready for kickoff here of this Friday night Stagg Bowl. Coach, first off, it is a Friday night. It's been a compressed week in which you guys had to travel. I assume guys had to probably take some final exams. What's the prep been like in this circumstance?
It's been different than we're used to, but that's fine. We acknowledge this is a unique experience. There's been some final exams in the hotel. As we talk right now, there's a couple guys who couldn't come to the stadium right now because they're back in the hotel taking finals, proctored by our athletic trainer. It's all good. Different prep, but what we've been trying to focus on is on Friday night at 7 o'clock, we have to be as prepared as we've been for any game all year. And so whatever we have to do to get to that point, that's been the focus.
Right, so that's Friday at 7, which is coming up shortly. Right now, it's 11:45 on Wednesday at Media Day, hence the noise in the background. As you guys still have a full practice and a walkthrough before we get there. Is there stuff left to install and that sort of thing? Like, I assume, I don't even know how a normal week goes, let alone a short one.
Yeah, we have stuff that we still need to work on, mainly, just getting the guys out and getting back in our practice routines. But this is the biggest game of the year. It's the 15th game of the season. I believe in the biggest stages, you got to run the stuff that we've been running all year long that we're the best at. We have some stuff still to work on, but for the most part, we just need to get out on the practice field the next couple days and knock the rust off and build the excitement for Friday.
We've been talking with the guys about this a little bit earlier in the pregame show and on the podcast, but it's a big stage in terms of there's a trophy at the end of it that is the biggest trophy you can get in Division III football, but it's not the largest venue or it's not the first large event you guys have played in. How much from prepping for Cortica Jug, especially Cortica Jug at Yankee Stadium, gets applied for these guys here?
I think it's very valuable. Last week we used that with the TV timeouts. We were able to draw on our experience playing on Yes Network. I don't think in that game we handled the TV part of it. That was our first time. I don't think we handled that as well as we could have. And then we drew on that experience last week on ESPN Plus, playing against Randolph-Macon. We handled that part of it a lot better. Playing on a big stage, myself, I don't think I coached my best in Yankee Stadium last year. I know our quarterback, Zach Boyes, knows he could have played better in that game. Yeah. We've used those experiences to help us this year and help prepare us to get back to a big stage like this. So I don't think the stage will be too big. I think the biggest challenge in this game is North Central.
I will get to North Central, and I understand that. But I'm going to stick in the particular for a second, because this stuff is interesting to people who don't do this, I think, anyway. So, they're extra timeouts, and they're longer, too, right? So you would have your normal, 90 seconds or whatever, and then you've got an extra minute and a half tacked on to it. So it's like you guys were, before, I'm going to postulate something, and you tell me if I'm wrong. It's like you're doing your normal stuff, and then you're just standing around for a minute and a half, and you've timed it differently now. Yeah,
I think it's the expectation of the TV timeout. We were so tense, and just trying to keep the intensity of the players and coaches for 2.5 minutes while you wait for it to come back from commercial is hard to do. So we tried to keep them loose until we got the 30-second warning, and then snap their focus, laser focus for the last 30 seconds and getting back out in the field. So we just tried a different tactic that was successful, and something we're gonna have to do well again in the Stagg Bowl Friday.
All right, so you're facing a North Central team that has, the most prolific offense in Division III this season, hands down. Offensive side, the guys seem pretty healthy over there. And I know this is not necessarily your side of the ball, but take us through a little bit what you guys are looking at and, how you might prepare to do something against these guys.
Yeah, they're the most prolific offense for a reason. They have good players at every level, great offensive line. They very sound schematically, and the quarterback is an unbelievable football player. So they make you try to defend all areas on the field at one time. First and foremost, you have to tackle well. If you miss tackles, then you have no chance. So. And the running back makes it. You saw that against La Crosse. They had him wrapped up in the backfield a couple times, and he ends up making an explosive play. So, trying to contain the quarterback and keep him in the pocket, because as good as he is from the pocket, he's even better when he gets outside the pocket. And then when you get a chance to make a tackle, making the tackle, and understanding they're going to gain some yards. They're going to, score a touchdown, a couple touchdowns, whatever it is. But you just got to play solid and focus on the play you're in, and not let last play dictate how you play the next play, and just play for 60 minutes. We believe that we can play offense pretty well too. So we just got to focus on playing our game. And if we play our very best, if that means we won the national title at the end of Friday night, that's obviously awesome. If it means that we played our best and got beat by a better team, then we can live with that. But we got to focus on how we play.
On the opposite side of the ball, they're a little banged up. We don't know, if they're starting corner is going to play, or their starting defensive end who didn't finish the game on Saturday is going to play. And then on similar, since this is going to air at 6:45 on Friday night, are we going to see JJ Lapp tonight?
Yeah. JJ, he cramped last week.
Yeah.
It was a cramp.
All right.
He could have went back into the game, but we had such a large lead that we didn't feel like it was necessary.
Well, let me ask. I want to ask you the question that we were postulating with ourselves, why your one's still out at that point?
The whole playoffs, we've talked about finishing games ever since we lost to Susquehanna.
Right, yeah.
Our mantra was we knew we had a 2-touchdown lead against Susquehanna with 5 minutes to go and lost because we didn't finish. So throughout the playoffs, we were going to finish. Our quarterback, Zach, I want him to finish what he started.
Okay.
We're in the national semifinals. This is not the time to give kids playing time just for the sake of it. We want to play our very best. So we did rotate some guys the last couple drives.
Yeah.
But
and you weren't using the whole playbook, obviously. You're not running up the score. We get that.
We were running the ball a lot.
Yeah.
And we just felt like our mindset and mentality has got to be to finish, and so that was really why we played it the way we did.
I have just a couple more minutes before they kick us all out. and I want to draw the comparison, or I want to hear from you now the comparison. I asked you this question before you went to face Alma, and you hadn't seen a lot of film yet. I assume you've seen a little more on North Central. I also feel like you guys have pretty equivalent weapons, right? In terms of big play wide receiver, in terms of mobile All-American at quarterback, et cetera, et cetera. You guys have now a fully healthy as you can be in December offensive line, right? How do the two offenses match up, if you say?
I love watching their offense whenever I get the chance to, because I think they try to attack in some of the ways that we do. I think they make you defend the run plus a big play receiver at the same time, multiple big play receivers, just like we have.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to skip Sacco versus Alfano St. John.
Yeah, it's a great, it's a good comparison. Obviously, they average 60 points a game. You know? I'm not saying that our offense is better than theirs by any stretch, but I think the way they attack is similar to the way that we attack generally. So we know that our offense is going to have to play great, and their defense is outstanding. So it's a great matchup. This is why it's the Stagg Bowl. It's the two teams that have earned the right through the bracket to be playing on this stage. So it'll be a challenge for us, but we're gonna give them our best shot.
And that's head coach Kurt Fitzpatrick. His team takes on North Central coming up in just a few minutes. Here with Brad Spencer as we get you ready for Stagg Bowl 50 coming up in just a few minutes here on D3Football.com. Of course, the head coach of North Central here in the Stagg Bowl for the fourth consecutive year, but in Salem for the first time. I know we're having this conversation a little early in the week. You guys have only been on the ground for a little over 12 hours, but how does it feel to be in this place?
Feels great. I know it's something that we had talked about with our players, how special it would be to make this year. For our fifth-year seniors, being the fourth year in a row, you join a very elite small group fraternity of teams that have done that, but also for all of our alumni that have played and the 15 alum coaches on staff that, we came through college dreaming of the road to Salem, dreaming of being here and playing in Salem, and it just so happened the first year we made it, we were in Texas instead, and they were great. It was awesome. All three have been great, but it's certainly, I think, a little bit more special being back here in Salem, simply because it's always been the pinnacle of Division III football, is to make it to Salem and the Stagg Bowl, and so I'm really excited for our staff and for our players to be able to see it and see what it's really about and see what Division III national title, has been for, 50 years. And, so far it has not disappointed. The hospitality, the folks from Salem have been unbelievable. I can see why they've hosted so many championships across all levels and all sports. It's just been first class. And like you said, we've been here for, not even 24 hours yet. It's just really first class.
You talk about alums, and obviously so many alums on your staff, but also the guys who you played with, they've been out of football for a little while, right? I mean, I'm older. I could always say I'm older, right? I will always be older. Yeah, but my point being, I guess, is you hear from these guys over the course of the week and over many weeks, I'm sure, right? What are you hearing from them? What are they saying?
Yeah, that's a great question. I actually on Monday shared an email that I received from an old faculty member that lives out in Virginia, and just talking about how proud he was of our players, our coaches, not so much for how we played, but how we handle ourselves and how we go about playing football and representing athletics the right way. But every day, I'm getting multiple emails and text messages from alumni with similar feelings and similar thoughts, just how proud they are, how excited they are, thanks for doing this. we're all behind you, asking how they can support us, what can we do for you guys. It's something that has, I think become a really strong part of our program is the relation that all of our alums have with the football program. Guys are come back to games. They help with internships and jobs for our guys. They support us financially. I'm not saying that it's unique to just us, but I do think that maybe the level at which it happens is a little bit different because of the interpersonal relationships that have been made. And naturally having an alum at the helm, I think, helps that a little bit maybe. But it doesn't happen if you don't have a staff and players that are also leading that charge and are doing things the right way and fulfilling our mission, being all American people and, going out into the world and making it a better place. And if we can play some great football along the road, then why not?
You guys, of course, deal with the short week as much as everybody else does, but it's not new for you guys. Do you have new routines now for the Friday games that you've developed?
I do think it's an advantage having done this because I think as a staff you're a little bit more relaxed just because it's coming. You still have to cram everything in because you're missing a day, and then you're leaving Tuesday night as well, so you have to move your office from Benedetti Worley Stadium to Holiday Inn this week. But we've done it, so I think you can kind of plug and play the weeks a little bit, which I think ultimately helps us put our players in better positions to win, because what type of things you're going to be dealing with from Sunday to Friday, whether it's travel, media requests, manifests for charter flights, how to get equipment back and forth in a truck. You kind of know what's coming, but our first time doing it, we won, so it's not to say that it's everything and that it's going to guarantee anything, but I do think there's at least comfort. I'm not going to say an advantage. There's comfort in having been there before and kind of knowing the road, and our fifth-year seniors certainly, this is all they know, is playing 15 games and ending up in the Stagg Bowl, which is just an incredible thing to say, and it's nothing that'll never get old. We'll never take that for granted, the same way we never take for granted any win or any conference title or anything you do. You have to enjoy, the process. You have to enjoy the journey. Otherwise, if we're not having fun playing football, then what's the point? Especially when you can be 14-0 and be 29-0 in the last two seasons, and you have to enjoy all of it.
You guys come into this game maybe defensively, maybe a little banged up, maybe more than usual, right? Right, we've all known that Dan Lester basically has not been able to play for you guys all year, and that is a big loss that you guys have been dealing with. But, Martin Egbo wasn't able to finish on Saturday. Antoine Walker, I saw he dressed but did not play. How are these guys' status for Friday?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, losing Danny early in the year was certainly not something that we had hoped for or expected. But he's done the best he can do to be a good teammate, and we've certainly had guys step up for him in the middle. James Hard, and we have some young guys, and Cortez Jones and J.P. Sullivan, and Myron Lewis before he got hurt. So now Brock Nunez, but. Martin's obviously been a great surprise, and, ending on the AFCA All-America team is phenomenal. Being the player of the year in the conference is phenomenal. I've said it, I think, our D-line has just gotten better every single week. I think they've gotten adjusted to Coach Workenthien and vice versa. And every year is different. The puzzle piece is always going to be different. I told the guys that at the beginning of the year, we're not last year's team. I don't want to be last year's team. I want to be this year's team. I just want the same result. So how it's going to look is going to be different. And we definitely got hit with the injury bug in the second half last week. Fortunately, most of those guys have been practicing and dressed for practice this week, so we should be in good shape. And if not, the guys behind them, it's their opportunity to play to the standard and step up in a great moment that's really exciting and make some plays. We want to play fast and loose and confident, and Fortunately, like I said, it's, in our season, we've had I don't know if it's luxury, but we've been, blessed to be able to play some of our second and third string guys throughout the regular season so that they're not totally green. I mean, they've played a lot of football. Our starters were averaging about 35, 37 snaps a game in the regular season. So you got about half the game left that we had backups that were able to get experience.
Right.
If they're not, the same player as a starter, at least they have the experience, and they'll be prepared. They'll know what we're supposed to be doing scheme-wise, and they'll know the scouting report. I have full confidence in them.
And they're going up against a team that offensively I think presents a lot like your own offense does, right? A mobile quarterback who can sling it, deep threats at receiver, bruising running back. Does that help in the preparation for these guys too?
Well, they've seen it every day, that's for sure. It's going to be a great challenge. Their quarterback is phenomenal. He's a semifinalist, of course, and their receivers can really run. Running back too. It's going to be a great challenge. It seems like we keep getting these teams that have great quarterbacks and great receivers, whether we're talking about Trinity or Wheaton College or lacrosse.
Yeah.
Holy cow!
Yep.
I mean, we keep getting these teams that have Gallardi semifinalists on them. But that's going to happen when you're the last two standing. That's the only way you get there. So. We'll have, of course, I know Coach Jerking's got a great plan, and we'll be ready to go. We'll be ready to make adjustments, of course, if we need to, if it's not working, or if guys are getting injured or whatever it is. But we feel good about it right now. We feel good about the plan that we have, and now we just need to go execute it.
That's North Central head coach Brad Spencer. We'll be back with more on the pregame show after this. Welcome back to Salem Stadium as we get you ready for kickoff of Stagg Bowl 50. The ceremonial coin toss going on as we speak. And Keith, helping conduct this ceremonial coin toss today will be two members of the very first Stagg Bowl champion team. That team being the 1973 Wittenberg squad, winners of Stagg Bowl 141-0 over Juniata. John Paulini and Randy DeMont from that program 50 years ago here tonight to assist with the coin toss. Cortland deferred, and North Central will take the ball as we start the first half. And Keith, we got a couple minutes to talk through the ever important keys to the game.
Yeah, let's talk about them, Pat.
I start with you.
Thank you. I think for North Central, keys to the game, are mostly to do what they've been doing all season. But I think they need to disguise coverages today. We talked last week to Zach Boyes after the Randolph-Macon game, and he got everything he expected, led Cortland to a 35-0 first half lead, and certainly we don't expect that here tonight. But North Central needs to show some different things, right? As a quarterback's coming up to the line, they're looking for two things. Is it man or zone? Do I have single high safety? Do I have two high safeties, right?
Yeah.
North Central can wait until about 5 seconds before the ball snapped, move the cornerbacks up, shift the safeties over. They need to give Zach Boyes some different looks. This is a kid who's been around football his entire life, senior starting quarterback, has played in well over 40 games.
He's a junior, actually.
I'm sorry. Well, I was counting playoffs, but you're right.
All right,
now,
but you still might get to 40.
So we're getting close to 40, but not over 40. But someone who's been around football his entire growing up life since his dad was the coach at Buffalo State. So someone who you're not gonna he's not gonna see a whole lot of new looks, but you need to give him some things to think about while the play is in motion. So I think that's North Central's key. Their weakness right now is on the back end. We'll see what Antoine Walker, the star cornerback, can give them. He was announced as a starter, looked gimpy in warm-ups. I think for Cortland, and this is coming from people in the Cortland program, their key is to stay close in the first quarter, right? Don't let this thing get away from them. They know that North Central has been this is now their fourth Stagg Bowl. They're defending champs. They're looking for 3 out of 4. All right, everyone knows who the dominant team is today, who's supposed to win. But Cortland, if they can stay close, the longer this thing stays in it and the longer Cortland players believe. And, I sometimes think vague things like that don't make great keys. I'd love to talk more X's and O's. But I think the Cortland players, they got to convince themselves they belong here. And it's easy to do it before kickoff and in the first, minute or so. But it gets real between the lines. And once you take those first few hits, if Cortland can survive a few series, or if they can put some scores up early like they did against Randolph-Macon, they are the team that has a lot more experience in close games. This team's not going to fold. So I think the key to them is to just not get blown out of this thing early. Keep it a game, maybe get up a score or two, and we'll have a really, really fun Stagg Bowl.
Really, really fun Stagg Bowl is always what I'm here for. And we are here back in Salem Stadium here in Salem, Virginia. If you are watching, you can do so. Turn the sound down, turn us up. We'll try to help you sync as much as possible. Cortland coming out to kick off here to start off the first half. Cortland is in the white with red pants and red numerals. North Central in the red with the white helmets and the white numerals. North Central will be kicking from left to right. Pretty good crowd on hand. You see a good number of Cortland fans making the 511-mile trip down Interstate 81.
Yeah, really only one direction. Just get on 81 and go.
If you get to Blacksburg, you've gone too far. And the kick is away. It is deep and to the left-hand side and taken at the goal line. Coming up the left side to the 10, to the 15, still on the move, cut to the middle. Flag comes out from behind and brought down at the 30. But we will pause to see what the flag is. There is an initial hold indication. Our game officials, we're going to start with that starting lineup first. Out of the Landmark Conference, Justin Ackley is our referee. Clement Vasslet, the umpire. Thomas Joe Jackson, head linesman. And you heard the hold there called against Jordan Chisholm. Nick Coleman, the line judge. Field judge Tommy Walters. Side judge Thomas Reeves. Back judge Stephen Borchard. And we'll get you the starting lineup for North Central. Well, they'll start at their 9-yard line. Across the front, Jeske Maples, you heard from him in the pregame show. Nick Fairley, the left guard. Gerard Thornton, the senior All-American at center. Sam Pryor, the junior All-American at right guard. Zach Fortier, the senior at right tackle. Luke Lane, and of course, the Glardy Trophy winner, the first-team All-American D3Football.com quarterback. D'Angelo Hardy, All-American wide receiver. Jody Lombardi, Jack Rummel, Joe Sacco, All-American in the backfield, and he gets the call on first down. Bounces to the left, breaks free, but then is wrapped up for a minimal gain of about 1. Let's get you that Cortland defense. 4-3 front. Nick Ladero and Max Llewell in the defensive ends. Up the middle, Matt Ferrer and Sam Maddy. Linebackers, Josiah Owens, Jack Winey, and Jaden Martinez. The corners, Mark Noel and Nazjean Lubin. The safeties, Luke Winslow and Alex DeRosa. Here on second down and 8. Hardy in motion behind the formation. Here's another give to Sacco. Cuts back inside, has a little bit of room, bounces off a tackle, still up and now down at the 20, but that's enough for a first down. Keith, Coach Fitzpatrick talked about how important it is to wrap up when you get your hands on him. Now, he hasn't broken through for 80 yards like Sacco did after shaking a tackle for loss back at UW La Crosse, but there are a couple of times where they had the opportunity to stop him, and they have not quite done so.
Yeah, huge play by Sacco in the quarterfinals. And a guy for a guy who's 5'9", 184, much smaller than Ethan Greenfield, the back you may know from North Central's previous championship teams, but runs just as hard.
Looking to throw, chased out of the pocket, dumps it off. Pass complete, shaking out of a tackle is Sacco. 30 up to the 35 before he is finally brought down by Ryan Isom, the backup cornerback, making the stop at the 35-yard line.
And Sacco, that time a catch out of the backfield, but he's looking for contact in the open field, right? He even if he's catching it, he's still running like a running back. More than 1,600 rushing yards this season, 19 touchdowns. He only had 7 catches for 57 yards during the year, so that's a deviation from the tendencies.
No score here, just a minute 45 seconds into play. North Central, couple first downs there on the Cortland 35, or their own 35-yard line. Here's a give to Sacco, cuts it inside to the left, runs into a wall, and is shut down after a 3-yard gain. It'll be second down.
Yeah, and it's really important for Cortland for that defensive line to play well. You know, Nick Ladero had a great weekend last Saturday against Randolph-Macon. Max Llewellyn was in on a lot of big plays. The defensive tackle, Sam Addy, Matt Farrer, in on a lot of big plays as well. Those guys have to hold up well against this North Central offensive line. Offensive line by far the strength of North Central's team.
2nd and 7. Luke Laning comes back to look, and here comes out a flag. And this is going to be a motion penalty against North Central.
Looked like Jaden Martinez, the outside linebacker for Cortland, was showing blitz and got a reaction out of a Cardinals offensive lineman.
That'll push him back. Now you're looking at a 2nd down and 12. Jack Rummel, Jacob Parody, wide receivers come onto the field, along with Joey Lombardi. Ball spotted back at the 33-yard line. 2nd and 12. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Fakes the give, laying it on the keeper, cuts right, gets through a tackle up to the 40, and brought down at the 43-yard line. It's going to be 3rd and 2.
And North Central getting a nickel look on that one. Luke Lanin, the ability that he has to tuck it and run, and he's so deceptive with his quickness. He kind of looks like he's running about 3/4 speed there, and then he can turn it on really quickly, and he can move in a tight area. It has the jukes of a running back, but the smarts of a quarterback, and that's why he's your Gallardi Trophy winner.
He's got a 3rd down and short. He's got Sacco motioned over to his right. Takes the handoff, does Sacco. He's got the first down, 45-50, into Cortland territory, still on his feet, down to the 30-yard line. That's Charles Coleman getting the burst, his 60th carry of the season, and moving the chains in a big way.
Now, Charles Coleman is a guy who's built like Ethan Greenfield. Coleman, a freshman, 6'2", 216, and when he gets the ball, it's just a different look than Sacco. Again, both those guys run hard, but Coleman got that one coming downhill right through the middle of the formation, and you be the one who wants to take on a guy running 216-pound guy coming at you full speed.
I mean, not necessarily, even though I'm built more like a defensive tackle these days. 1st down and 10 now at the Cortland 28. 4 minutes into this game, no score. Lanin takes the snap, 3-step drop, looking deep down the left side, looking for Lombardi, and throws it just out of his reach, incomplete in there on coverage. Nazjean Lubin basically made Lanin throw it where nobody could catch it, not even his receiver.
Yeah, and Lombardi tried to adjust, and that's one of his skills. He had that great catch on the sideline against Wartburg in the semifinals last week. That was all about him adjusting to the ball. Notable, though, that is North Central's first pass downfield. They did throw the one completion out of the backfield to Sacco, but they've looked to run mostly on this opening drive.
The 3rd member of our broadcast crew will sparkle down on the sidelines. We'll check in with Frank Rossi after a couple of drives. Here is a handoff on the sweep to D'Angelo Hardy, and Hardy down to the 20-yard line before he is finally brought down by Jaden Martinez. That's going to make it 3rd down and 2.
Yeah, and North Central, Shane Derking, just making the decision that if you can't get the ball to D'Angelo Hardy in the passing game, and I think maybe the play before that went to Lombardi may have been designed to go to Hardy. We'll get it to him on a jet sweep, a little quick toss coming across the formation, got him a carry and set up a 3rd and short.
3rd and short with Lombardi split out wide to the right. It's D'Angelo Hardy, slot right, here with kind of a bunch formation, an eye in front of and behind, and Coleman gets the call across the 15, 1st down, all the way down to the 11-yard line for the freshman out of Oswego, Illinois.
And now you get that same jet sweep action from Hardy except the handoff goes up the middle to Coleman, and that puts a lot of pressure on the linebackers to react, right? They have to read the horizontal motion, and they're getting a vertical run coming right at them. Those guys have to hold their eye discipline and stay locked in on where the ball actually goes.
Got an extra tight end on the field. I don't have an 84 on the roster today. Here's 2 receivers out to the left and 1 to the right on 1st down and 10 from the 11. There's the give once again. That's to Sacco. Sacco pushes his way forward down to the 9, gain of about 1.5.
Nice methodical opening drive for North Central. If you're a North Central fan, you know you have watched a lot of 70-0 and 49-3 type of games this season where North Central gets on the board quickly. This one is a bit more of a methodical drive, but they're inside the 10-yard line looking to go up with a score first.
Right. There are not a ton of methodical drives for North Central on the course of the year.
Haven't needed them.
Haven't needed to. That's correct. They've broken big plays. And here's the give to Sacco trying to sweep left, and he is hit behind the line of scrimmage and brought down. It's like Jack Winey there to bring him down for a loss of a few inches, and whistles and a penalty marker out.
Yeah, that penalty was late after the play. Be interesting to see who the call is against, because you're setting up 2nd and 9 here for North Central. If they get backed up, Cortland likes their chances, and if the penalty's on Cortland, it's going to put them inside the 5-yard line.
Our officiating crew out of the Landmark Conference. Landmark Conference, brand new, sponsoring football this season. A good number of their officials came from the Centennial Conference, and the Centennial Conference has certainly sent crews to the Stagg Bowl before.
I thought on that play, Nick Ladero did a great job of beating his block at the point of attack.
Here comes the call.
And Sacco had to stretch it out.
Personal foul on the offense, so that's going to get added on to the lack of success. They called Jacob Parody for that personal foul.
You could tell by the timing of the flag. It came out after the tackle from the back judge. It's very likely going to be a personal foul. And now this puts North Central back at the 25-yard line. They can get a 1st down at the 1, but it sets up a really big 3rd down, and now Cortland is going to bring its nickel package back out on the field. And this is, that penalty is maybe the difference between 7 and 3.
Well, or maybe not even 3. They haven't even attempted a field goal of more than 34 yards on the season. From here, it would be a 42-yarder. So now 3rd down and 24. They got to get to the 1. Lane and Chase out of the pocket on the run to the right-hand side. Going to tuck it down a run, and is hit at the 19. So that's a gain of about 6. And that would make it a 36-yard field goal from the right hash.
Lane is walking back to the huddle.
Yeah, I mean,
there's
it's interesting, right?
There's a little movement on the North Central
This is
sideline.
there's a little bit of weakness in North Central. It is the kicking game. It is some of their injuries up front and some of their injuries in the secondary. Now they will bring the kicking team out. So Sean Rinnick out of Downers Grove, Illinois, 2 of 2 on the season, has not attempted anything longer than 34 yards. This is going to slot down as a 35-yard attempt. He's missed 9 PATs. The holder is Nick Rummel. And here is a whistle, and Brad Spencer wanting a timeout. He's going to get it.
Think it over.
7:23 to play here in the first quarter. No score. And instead of going ahead and taking or attempting the season-long field goal.
Yeah, let's talk through the thought process here, right? You're on the 14-yard line. No, that's not even close. That's 17-yard line.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can't get a 1st down till the 1, right? So you're pretty much taking a shot into the end zone, and you have a big receiver in D'Angelo Hardy where you could do that if you wanted to, but you're not going to get a favorable coverage. Cortland is going to back up to the goal line and try to stop any throw into the end zone. But if you have a lot of faith in your defense, if you don't get it, and especially if it's a screen or something underneath where you throw the ball short of the end zone and try to see if they can run in, the worst you have is no points on the board, but Cortland has to go 95 yards. So that's part of the decision-making process. I think the field goal attempt still is a good idea here, just to get on the board early, right? North Central is the favorite, but you don't want to come away from this very promising drive, get inside, or get to the 11-yard line. I think they got to the 9 after first down and then went backward on the penalty. So you want to get some points out of this.
All right, we have Frank Rossi downstairs. Let's check in with Frank Rossi down on the field. Frank.
Hey, Pat. Just before that play got off, Cortland was all kinds of discombobulated and needed to get guys off the field. North Central had an opportunity to get too many men on the field, but at the last second, number 21 from Cortland raced off, and that's when the timeout came. I think they were trying to catch Cortland sleeping, almost were effective in doing it. Back up to you guys.
All right, that's a really good interpretation. I like that thought. As now the offense comes back out onto the field, you put your field goal unit out there to try to draw some sort of, the discombobulation penalty, the common discombobulation. I think that's only a 5-yard penalty, though. They need 17 here. Yeah. 4th and 17 from the 18.
Not a whole lot to lose for North Central except for not putting points on the board. You turn it over here. Cortland's got a long field to go. Luke Lanin, his ability to extend plays means even if you get a good pass rush, you may have to deal with the jailbreak on the back end.
Well, thanks for waiting with us through that long TV timeout. We got 4th down and a 17 from the 18-yard line. 4 receivers set, 3 to the near side for Lanin with Sacco in the backfield. Short drop for Lanin, looking right, rolling to the right, looking to the end zone, and coming across the back, but unable to haul it in is D'Angelo Hardy, and the ball turns over on downs.
Well, exactly what we told you was going to happen before the play. Luke Lanin buying some extra time with his feet. He's so good, not just buying the time, but he throws on the run really well. That time he put it on D'Angelo Hardy's hands in the back of the end zone, and it just skipped off the wide receiver's mitts in the back of the end zone. He probably didn't have a defender within 3 yards of him. Great play. It's tough throw, but a receiver of that caliber usually got to come up with that.
We'll get you the Cortland offense and the North Central defense here in a second. That is the second week in a row that North Central has not been able to score on the opening drive. It's a relatively rare thing. Here is the fake the give. Zach Boyes rolling to the right, trying to get away from a defender. Now he's going to keep it himself across the 20. 26 is where he is out of bounds, and that is a pickup of 8 on first down. The rest of the Cortland offense across the front. Kevin Whalen, Jaden Lant, Ryan Bitka, Jack McGrath, and Cody Ike. Those are your starting 5 up front. J.J. Lapp came out of last week injured. He left the game early. He is back in the game right now. Cole Burgess and Joe Idevio are the other 2 wide receivers. Jaden Alfano St. John. Omari Kendrick is the tight end. 2nd down and 2. Going left to right across your screen here in the first quarter. Boys looking deep, looking for Lapp up the right-hand side and unable to haul it in. Had a hand on it, maybe even had both hands on it at the North Central 35. Put it out where only he could catch it. Really good tight coverage, but just not able to haul it in.
Yeah, Lapp had Ethan Gork beat by a step and a half and just bobbled it as he fell down. Boys laid it out there for sure, and it was he wasn't able to catch it in stride. He had to lean a little forward to get it. But things going Cortland's way right now. Not just the big stop, but Boys scrambling for a nice gain on first down and then taking a deep shot and still having a 3rd and short.
So Gork in the game. Antoine Walker, his injury status, not really able to help him here. Alfano St. John on 3rd and 2 is going to move the chains for the first down. So there was question about Antoine Walker. He left the game early against Trinity, was a non-factor, did not play against UW La Crosse and Wartburg. He's dressed, he's out there, his heavily taped right foot, but if not able to run enough to play cornerback, especially in a game like this.
Yeah, by out there you mean dressed, not on the field.
Correct. Out there, dressed on the 58-man roster. First down and 10 at the 30-yard line for Cortland in the white. Here is the handoff to St. John. Bounces it out to the right-hand side. Leaps over a tackler at the 35-yard line. He just skied right over 6'1" Ethan Gork for that pickup of 7. Let's get the rest of the defensive starting lineup. Will Kettlecamp and I'm looking for Martin Egbo. He is out there at defensive end. John Sullivan and James Hart Don Sullivan wearing 99 today, by the way. Angelo Cusimano, Zach Orr, B.J. Adamczyk are the linebackers, and that's the rest of your starting 11 on defense for the Cardinals in red. Short drop for Boys. Looking over the middle, diving catch, and it is complete and caught in North Central territory. Cole Burgess signals first down, and he's correct. Ball at the 45.
Yeah, and Cole Burgess is a problem for any defense in Division III. He's going to have a day today, or at least North Central's defense is going to have to deal with them without Antoine Walker, who would be the best matchup for him at 6'1", 201. He's going to get Nick Rummel, or he's going to get Ethan Gork in coverage. And Cortland is spreading things out and getting 3-4 receivers in their patterns. Really just one back in the backfield every time for Cortland.
So ball at the 48 in North Central territory. Boys, high snap, takes it. Alfano St. John goes right now, tries to cut up the middle, and he is wrapped up, leg tackled in the backfield by Angelo Cusimano.
Yeah, Cusimano makes a great play in the backfield, and the Cavalry is able to get there. That's the first time we've seen the North Central defensive line beat the Cortland offensive line, and they're doing some games up front. They'll shift their alignment right before the snap, and Cortland has dealt with it well so far until that play. That one was nicely made by the linebacker, Cusimano.
We talked about running backs for both of these teams. Alfano St. John comes into the day with 1,378 yards, 17 rushing touchdowns. Boys looking to throw. Going to get chased out of the pocket to the left. Toss. Pass complete. Knocked down immediately is Omari Kendrick right at the first down marker. We'll see where they spot that as he was cutting back.
Boy, and the more you watch Zach Boys.
And this is going to get brought back.
Just an incompletion?
Incomplete. That's why. Looks like a good pass to me. Let's see.
He was hit hard at the and it looked like he caught it and it came out afterward, but.
Yeah, there you go. I didn't stick with the play long enough.
The ruling was that the ball came out before.
There you go.
The replay in the stadium is about a play and a half behind, so we'd love to tell you more about what happened, but you'll just have to trust our original.
It's like in the old days, right?
Yep, 3rd and 12, 4 wide.
Lap and Idivio out to the right-hand side. Now Idivio in motion, right to left, 3rd down and 12. Ball for Cortland at their own 49-yard line. Boys takes a snap, looking right-hand side. And Gork drops it, knocks it down. Gork in single coverage on J.J. Lapp, and it'll bring up 4th down.
I mean, perfect coverage by Ethan Gork. Lapp had a step. Gork had his hand in perfect position. And to ride Lapp to figure out where he was, and then it was turned back to the ball, knocked it down. It was a well-thrown ball by Boys. Perfect coverage by Gork, who was not announced as a starter today. Walker and Rummel were announced as a starter, but Gork has essentially been playing in Walker's place for the past few weeks.
Patrick Luby on to punt for the Red Dragons. Kick is away. It's a high wobbler, and a fair catch is signaled for by Rummel at the 17-yard line. Let's take a break. 3:59 remaining in the first quarter. No score here in Stagg Bowl 50.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please direct your attention down to the field at the video board and at the 10-yard line, where tonight we are very proud to celebrate an accomplishment here in the city of Salem. This championship marks the 102nd NCAA championship awarded here in Salem, part of Virginia's Blue Ridge. Salem hosted this game for 25 consecutive years, beginning in 1993, and Virginia's championship city is proud once again to play host to this national championship game in its golden anniversary. Tonight, we welcome Mayor Renee Turk, joined alongside fellow Salem City Council members Jim Wallace, Bill Jones, Randy Foley, and Hunter Holliday to deliver to the president of the NCAA, Mr. Charlie Baker, a signed and sealed proclamation that December 15, 2023 is officially Amos Alonzo's Stagg Bowl Day in the city of Salem.
Back out here at Stagg Bowl 50. It is Stagg Bowl Day in the city of Salem, as proclaimed here by the mayor, not Frank Rossi, the mayor of the city of Salem, not Carrie Harvey Cutter, who may well be the most popular person in the city of Salem. We are here, no score, 3:59 remaining in the first quarter. Glad you joined us. If you are watching on TV and listening along, if you are listening along and want to try to watch and sync it up, you go to watch on ESPNU. You use the ESPN app. Certainly perfectly possible to have two devices, like the stream on your television and then, you know, your iPad or something like that to provide you with our YouTube-based audio stream. Our stream is audio only because of rights restrictions for this contest.
Pat, you ever think about outbidding ESPN for the rights one year?
I don't even know when those rights go up for bids. That's a great question. We just buy it as an infomercial and you and I do the game, right? That's what everybody says. Everybody says they should just put Pat and Keith on the game.
It does seem like from the ESPNU feed in the booth here that we're about a play and a half ahead, so I'd love for you to sync us up, but hopefully we don't spoil. I always thought we were behind.
Sometimes we are. You know, when it's like terrestrial television through the cable, that's practically instantaneous. If you're on DirecTV, you know, it goes up to the moon and back. I know that's not true. Here's the give on first down. Straight up the middle, Sacco spins off a tackle at the 25, up across the 30 and down to the 32-yard line. They move the chains first down.
North Central, it seems content to run the ball and realizing from the first drive that they moved the ball well, hurt themselves with a penalty deep in the red zone, but that they are opening some holes up front.
They are. Sacco this time, you know, wasn't touched until that spin move, which was about 8 yards downfield. Tight end Bobby Bamer in motion. Dropping back to pass his lane in, looking right-hand side, looking deep, and overthrowing his intended receiver. That's Joey Lombardi, incomplete. Second down and 10.
Well, we talked about the perfect coverage by Ethan Gork. This one's by Mark Noel, even perfecter coverage.
I don't think that's a thing.
Come on.
You're a copy editor by trade, right?
I just wanted to see if
Perfect
anybody-
is already a superlative. You can't tack a comparative onto a superlative.
You can tell we went to D3 schools. Just goofing off a little bit, just seeing if you're out there paying attention.
Grammar 101.
Oh, wow.
Second down and 10 from the 31. The give to Sacco. Now he cuts it upfield and gets it across the 35 up to the 36-yard line. Pickup of 5. Bring up third down and 5 yards to go. No score here. 3:12 and counting remaining in the first quarter of Stagg Bowl 50.
Sacco's a really nice runner. He's not super shifty in the hole, but he was decisive on that run with his cutback. And so even though he doesn't have quite the moves of a Luke Lanin in tight space, the way he delivers the contact and the way he anticipates where the tacklers are coming from gives him a chance at a lot of extra yardage that many backs would not get.
Two receivers out to the right-hand side. Bit of a compact set here on third down. Now, man in motion. They fake the sweep. They give it to Sacco. 40, and he is gone. All across the 30. Finally, a couple of defenders catch up with him across the 20 and down to the 15-yard line. Sacco, not quite the breakaway speed I was giving him credit for. A couple of Cortland defenders catch up with him, but he breaks through this hole at the line of scrimmage, and then second level, there's like not a person there.
Yeah, he does, again, look decisive. I was saying that he wasn't quick in the hole, but he is very decisive, and that time he made his decision very quickly and broke through to the second level, and it looked like, yeah, he may have been gone. He was tracked down at the 15-yard line and comes off. And this is really where North Central's dangerous. You have to respect Luke Lanin as a runner, and then they bring Charles Coleman, big load, 216-pound second tailback off the bench.
That's a pickup of 49. Here first down at the 15, and here's the give to Coleman. Coleman across the 10, down at about the 9. It'll be second down and short on the afternoon, on the evening. Sacco, 81 yards. Charles Coleman now coming up on 50 yards rushing, 135, 136, and counting yards on the ground compared to 22 through the air.
Yeah, and another example of the back not touched for a good 5 yards there. North Central, not doing anything super outside of what they normally do, but given a bunch of run looks, they pulled some guards, they've used that motion action.
Here's the keeper. It is a direct snap to Hardy. Hardy trying to get somewhere and is unable to do so. Hardy They give them forward progress back to the line of scrimmage and not much more to be 3rd and short.
Yeah, I was trying to say that they use the jet sweep action,
Or in this case,
or the motion, one or the other, to hold the linebacker as they are reading the defensive end. And they've given it to the dive back a bunch of times in this game. That time, the direct snap to Hardy just to give a different look. Right as I was saying, they weren't given too many different looks.
there was one of them. 3rd down and 3 at the 8-yard line for North Central. 38 seconds to go in the first quarter. Here is the give to Coleman. He's sacked, brought down for a loss in the backfield by his opposite number 21, Jaden Martinez. It'll be now 4th down from the 4. This is more maybe solid field goal range, but they are putting Sacco on the field instead of Coleman instead of a field goal team here with 4th down and 4 at the 9. Also, they're not going to get this snap off at the quarter, so we will switch sides of the field, and Brad Spencer and co will have a chance to talk it over as we go to the end of the first quarter. Stagg Bowl 50, no score. We'll be back after this.
In the books here in Salem. No score in Stagg Bowl 50 between North Central and Cortland.
Sounds of the North Central College Band here. At the beginning of the second quarter, it is no score in Stagg Bowl 50. Cortland and North Central, just as we all predicted, the low-scoring game here in Stagg Bowl 50. Everybody in the box looking at me going, this is not what anybody predicted.
The pregame key, though, for Cortland was to hang in the first 15 minutes, and they've done that. They've only had one possession, missed a deep shot, and maybe could have jumped on North Central with that. Held on 1 4th down, aided by a personal foul penalty. Now they have another 4th down coming up. North Central, of course, being aggressive. North Central not with a whole lot of kicking game. Just 2 field goals attempted on the year. Already gone for it once on 4th and long. And they'll do it again.
Well, that's what it looks like so far. They did send the offense out at the end of the first quarter, and then the first quarter expired. And, of course, getting an elongated time to think about this. One of the things that Kurt Fitzpatrick, the Cortland coach, talked about was lessons learned from the Cortica Jug game back in 2022 at Yankee Stadium. Game on the Yes Network, as I think required for all events in Yankee Stadium. And, with elongated television timeouts as well. And he felt like his team didn't handle those quite so well in that game, and they learned from that and applied it last week in the national semifinals at Randolph-Macon. I believe that was the difference in that game, a 49-14 win against the Yellow Jackets.
I do think Cortland, more than many teams in D3, they are prepared to play in this type of atmosphere.
Indeed. We talked about that at length on the pregame. Here's 4th down and 4. Fake the give to Sacco. Lanen getting chased out. Stay on his feet. Not on his feet any longer. Brought down, sacked. This will be a turnover on downs, and the ball might have come out as well. It's irrelevant because it will be Cortland football.
Yeah, not really sure why they're fighting over it, but it was Jack Winey the linebacker, the leading tackler, 134 tackles this season, came through the backfield. Lanen tried to extend the play, which he often does, and when his first option wasn't there on the pass, tried to buy some time, and Winey was all over him.
So the ball is placed at the 22-yard line.
And we got the first quarter stats, and to be honest, Pat, for North Central to come away from these two drives with no points after outgaining Cortland 164-31 in the first quarter, quite a big accomplishment for the Cortland defense, or a failure by the North Central offense.
Here's a give on first down, spinning off, bumping around to the right-hand side, not finding much room there.
And this is one of the issues that came up for Cortland last weekend on offense, and they kind of papered over it because they were so effective in the passing game against Randolph-Macon. There weren't a whole lot of running yards for Jaden Alfano St. John, and there was a nice run early in this game, but hasn't had much room to run against this North Central defensive front today.
A loss of 3 on that play makes it second down and 13. Short drop for Boys. Boys getting chased out of the pocket, steps up. There's a little bit of room now to do something across the 20. Now we got some room, 25, 30. First down, Cortland, 35. Bounces off a tackler at the 40, 45, and up to the 47-yard line. A scramble of 34 yards moves the chains in a big way for the Red Dragons.
Zach Boys right up there with Luke Lanen in the escapability department, all right? Boys can buy himself some time. He's been a super, super efficient passer all season, 39 touchdowns, but he can also run the ball, 651 yards rushing, and a big run play right there.
At the 47, here's a pass. Nope, there is a penalty marker out here, and they're going to call an illegal procedure against Cortland. Nice little slant pass, by the way, to Joe Idivio, which will go for naught.
Well, I think that play before where the Boys' big run, I think it was Cole Burgess was running up the seam, and I think that's where Boys wanted to go, but the protection broke down so quickly because North Central's rush was so effective that Boys had to scramble, buy himself some time, and he was so elusive that he did so. They're showing the fourth down on the TV here in the box.
We're getting there.
We're way ahead.
Hopefully you have better connection than we do. Here is the give on the end around. It's Burgess with it at the 40, 45 across the line of scrimmage into North Central territory, right at the 50-yard line. The golden 50 here on the field at Salem Stadium, signifying the golden anniversary of the Amos Alonzo Stagg Bowl.
That was a play that we saw North Central run earlier with a jet sweep toss to D'Angelo Hardy down here in the red zone. They ran Cortland, the Red Dragons, run it to Cole Burgess, who is their most effective receiver, and they want to get him some touches.
Alfano St. John in the backfield, second down and 8. Pass, short, pass complete. Shaking off a tackler is Burgess. Now he tucks it inside, that's Idivio, tucks it inside at the 43-yard line, which is right at the chains, and they move the chains. First down.
Yeah, and when I said Cole Burgess was the most effective receiver, certainly didn't mean the only effective receiver. J.J. Lapp has more than 1,200 yards during this season. Burgess also 1,200, both of them 14, 13 touchdowns. And Adivio's been a nice revelation in the slot. Doesn't get quite as many touches, just 30 catches on the year. But that one right there was pretty effective.
First and 10 at the 43. Fakes the give. Here's Boys keeping himself across the 40. 35. Knocked down and rolls over at the 32-yard line. First down for Cortland.
And North Central and Cortland never played before. Don't even have a whole lot of overlap between the type of opponents that they play. North Central from Illinois, Cortland from New York. But they may feel like they're looking at mirror images of each other right now. Not only do the teams both wear red and white, but you're looking at quarterbacks. If you're a guy who's watched 30 Luke Lanen games and then you see the Zach Boys, you're like, I know what this is. It's a quarterback that is super effective, smart decision-making, but also effective when he tucks it and runs.
First down and 10 at the 33-yard line. Takes the snap. Looking to throw, not going to get to throw. Into the backfield to knock him down is Bobby Medina, the backup defensive end, the freshman out of Flossmoor, Illinois. Big loss of 6 yards. It'll be second and 16.
That, Pat, is what us former defensive backs like to call a coverage sack.
Yeah, you do. You certainly do like to.
Zach Boyes dropped back, looked right at his first read, looked at his second read, didn't have anywhere to go, and by the time he decided he might as well tuck it and run, Medina was wrapping him up.
Bounces him back to the 38-yard line.
Great defenses work in concert.
Best defense is a good offense. Here's a short pass dump off over the middle to St. John across the 30 and down to the 29. So they'll get some of those yards back and a little more. They go from 2nd and 16 to what's going to be a 3rd down and 7 at the 28-yard line.
And Cortland must be gaining confidence here, right? Outgained 164-31 in the first quarter. Only had one possession, but moving the ball here with their second drive inside the 30-yard line, finding some things that work both in the passing game and a couple.
And this is whistled dead. A timeout for Cortland. 10:21 to go here in the second quarter with no score in our game.
And Cortland has found some running yards without being able to get a whole lot with the traditional Jaden Alfano St. John runs. It's been Zach Boyes keep on the read option, Zach Boyes scrambling when a pass play breaks down, and then a jet sweep to Cole Burgess.
Yeah, and so one of the things that, remembering Boyes from last year, kind of like Lanen in the past also, more of a tendency to take it down and run. When you're a younger quarterback, when you have fewer reps in the system, when you are a guy who can break big gains, sometimes that is your first option or your second option instead of going through all your reads. So last year, in that rivalry game against Ithaca, Ithaca's defense did a really good job of bottling him up and did not give him that freedom to get out and run until late in the game when the game was basically decided. Here, he's taken a couple of really timely opportunities, one by force and one by choice, and they've both been big gainers on this drive.
Well, and what sometimes happens to those type of quarterbacks, too, who are too quick to pull it down, who are quick to pull it down, the speed catches up with them when you get deeper into the postseason. You play teams who can match that speed, who can track you, and that hasn't been the case today.
Checking in with Frank Rossi on the sidelines. Frank.
Pat, if you had listened to some of our pregame show, folks out there would know that Zach Boyes compares himself to Joe Burrow, actually, because of his silent feet. He says basically he throws the ball when his feet tell him to, or not throw the ball in that case earlier with that big run play. But ultimately, a Buffalo guy looking up to Joe Burrow a little bit, that's kind of a cardinal sin.
Whoa, there are so many words thrown in there. The cardinal sin at the end for the Red Dragon just blows my mind. I don't even know how to process that. And Frank, just so you know, our listeners know this, but maybe you don't, is the connection on that one was not so great, even though I have great line of sight on you. So you are very visible and very sparkly, sir, down on the sidelines. 3rd down and 7-6 when we come out of this timeout. 10:21 remaining in the first half. No score. Cortland with the white uniforms, the red pants, the red numerals, the white helmets with the C logo. The Cardinals of North Central, white pants, red shirt, white numerals, white hat, and the Cardinal logo here as we get you ready for 3rd down and 6. Let's paint the picture for you if you can't sync it up with the picture. Here's the snap. It's given to St. John, trying to get around the right side. Alfano St. John, and he is wrapped up right at the line of scrimmage. This will be a 4th down here inside the 30-yard line.
Yeah, you almost never see defenders track down running backs that quickly. That was B.J. Adamczyk and Ethan Gark together on the tackle. They strung that one out wide. Both teams are running a version of this play where the motion comes across the jet sweep and they're looking for the dive back, but when they hand it off on the read, the defenses are ready for it.
Offense stays on the field here on 4th down and 6 at the 28. Boyes takes the snap. Looking for Idevio, tossing it complete to Idevio and out of bounds at the 12-yard line, of 1st down. Idevio motions across the formation, comes out from the left-hand side, runs the slant, and nobody picks him up over the middle.
Oh, he was picked up
He's
just by the middle linebacker. And anytime you can get your slot receiver matched up on a middle linebacker, in this case it was B.J. Adamczyk, that's a good matchup for the offense. I think Adamczyk knew where he was going, just didn't have the speed quite to keep up with Adivio.
1st and 10 at the 13-yard line. Here is the give to Ashton Capone, the running back, across the 10 and down to the 8-yard line. Capone, 6'1", 200 senior out of Saratoga Springs, New York.
And we saw North Central get inside the 10-yard line early in the game and hurt itself with the penalty. Cortland is now inside the 10-yard line, and North Central, who some fans certainly expected to come in here and dominate, it's starting to set in now midway through the second quarter that this is going to be a game.
2nd down and 5 from the 8-yard line. Here is the give once again up the middle. This is to Alfano St. John for a gain of 1. It'll be 3rd down and 4.
And it was John Sullivan, the big sophomore defensive tackle.
That was Capone on the run, by the way. My bad.
And Sullivan on the tackle. He's made a couple of nice plays today. Brings up a big 3rd down. Cortland, unlike North Central, will kick a field goal if they need to.
Yeah, Mike Beloga, they haven't attempted any field goals on the season as a team from beyond 39, but this is essentially an elongated extra point if they need it. But it's 3rd down and 4. Lapp and Burgess out wide to the near side. Kendrick, the tight end, to the right. Capone still in the backfield, man in motion, gives it to Burgess. Burgess, boy, looked like he was going to throw. Now he tries to leap over a defender, stays on his feet, battles across the 5. This is going to be short of the 1st down, but he's going to get within about a yard of the stick.
Almost certainly Pat had the option to throw on that, but neither tight end were open. It was a tight formation. There were 2 receivers to the near side, and they were double tight on the far side. Those tight ends gave a short block, and each looked like they would have been out in a pass pattern, but North Central was all over it. Burgess cocked like he wanted to throw, and then had to tuck it and run.
Going for it on 4th and 2 from the 6. And now they, it looks like they were trying to draw them off sides, and now Cortland will take its 2nd timeout of the half.
And look, you can burn timeouts like that in the first half. You don't really need to save them. Cortland has a chance to score here with 4th and 2. Do they want to get the 1st down? Do they want to take a shot into the end zone? Do they want to decide, they're going to back out and kick a field goal? I don't think Cortland probably doesn't think they can win this game with field goals, and this is an opportunity with them on the 5-yard line, a chance to get a 1st down at the 3. It's smart for them to run a play here.
Yeah, I would argue. I would not argue, I should say.
But you have 3 options. The option is, throw into the end zone, try to score, run or short pass, try to get the 2 yards for the 1st down. Then you have a whole fresh set of downs to try to score, or kick the field goal. Beloga is on the sideline kicking into the net, so it doesn't look like the field goal is an option, and I think it's the right call for Kurt Fitzpatrick and the Cortland Red Dragons. You're facing an all-time great program, and they've moved the ball well on 2 drives, although they haven't scored any points. You got to get some points.
Punting is losing. Is kicking a field goal also losing?
Well, if your defense continues to put up a 0, then maybe kicking a field goal is not such a bad idea. But I think it's the right call here just by where they are on the field. 5-yard line, all you need to get is 2 yards. You come up with your best play. They've had, obviously, we talked a little bit about the Cole Burgess play on 3rd down. I think that was essentially a jet sweep or a reverse toss that had a pass option. Both the guys were covered, and so Burgess had to run it. That sets up this 4th and short. Do you go back to something like that where you have maybe like a bubble screen, like a quick pass, a bubble, and the option to run? Do you just line up and run it straight ahead? There hadn't been.
I always throw to the tight end, but that's why I'm not an offensive coordinator.
Well, yes, there are people who are much better at this than we are.
Kurt Fitzpatrick
down
among
on the field. Yeah, Cortland offense 500 yards per game this season, 229 rushing, 279 passing, points per game through the roof, as also was the case for North Central. Thought we might see a shootout today. We've seen offenses move the ball. A lot of teams a lot of times going for it on 4th down. North Central's gone for it twice on 4th down in 2 possessions. This is Cortland now going for it on 4th down the first team to come away with some points certainly will be feeling good about itself and its play in the first half.
The offense does stay out on the field, of course, here for Cortland on 4th down and a long 2. Burgess split out all the way to the left-hand side. The ball is on the right hash. Cortland on the north central 5-yard line. Man in motion is Lapp. Boys tries to bounce to the outside. He doesn't even get back to the line of scrimmage. There to sack him, bring him down in the backfield. Will Kettlecamp is in on it. Ethan Gork is in on it. That was going nowhere fast.
Yeah, so they had Cole Burgess lined up single coverage on the far side. They motioned, again, that same jet sweep motion across the back of the formation, and then ran what looked like an option toward the right-hand side, but there was nowhere for Boys to pitch. It may have been a lead toss. He may have just, instead of having an option back, he had that back out in front of him blocking for him, but North Central was all over it, clearly read their keys, was not fooled at all by the motion or the formation. I saw Cole Burgess down here single covered.
Yeah.
I thought you're going to get a slant or maybe a quick Z out, which is when they give you a slant and then go to the back corner of the end zone. You can always question the call when it doesn't work.
Sure.
And look, we just got a defensive game right now. Not the ugliest thing in the world. I'm happy to see these 4th down stops. We're getting ourselves a good game. Both teams moving the ball. Just coming up. The defense is coming up big when they need to.
Cortland comes into this game with 19 NCAA national championships, looking for their first one in football.
I was going to say, Pat, you got to clarify.
I hearken back to, and North Central, many more than I can count, because of very prominent, of course, not just the 2 football titles, right, but prominent indoor track and field, cross-country programs. I hearken back to Cortland's men's lacrosse national championship game in 2006, where they were taking on a team with a similar winning streak, a similar pedigree in that sport. Salisbury had come in winning 3 consecutive titles, had won 69 consecutive games in the sport of men's lacrosse, and Cortland took them to overtime and then won on a shot with 2.2 seconds left in overtime to win 13-12 at Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia in front of 23,990. Not quite that many here tonight, but a pretty good crowd on hand in Salem Stadium as now the North Central offense takes back over.
Pat, you're just out here knowing D3 things.
That's why you tune to this broadcast. Not you tune to this broadcast because it's in your headset.
Cortland was 20 of 29 on the season on 4th down. North Central 18 of 30. Both teams unsuccessful today.
Lanen takes the snap, rolls out to the right-hand side, and throws, and in and out of the hands, through his intended receiver, D'Angelo Hardy, incomplete. It'll be 2nd down. So ball is at the 8-yard line. 7:12 to play here in the first half. There's no score.
Yeah, and I think if you're North Central, if you throw out the pregame narrative that we're the defending champions, we're supposed to come in here and dominate, and you just judge by what's happened since kickoff, North Central's moved the ball twice.
Yeah.
One time they tripped themselves up with a personal foul penalty and couldn't get it on 4th and long. Another time they just failed on 4th down deep in Cortland territory. But both times they've had the ball, they've moved it, and they should feel confident offensively. 2nd
down and 10 at their own 8. Here's the give up the middle, and it is Sean Allen getting the carry, the freshman running back up to the 15-yard line, where it'll be 3rd down and 3.
Three-headed monster in the backfield. Obviously, Sacco, the guy, getting the most carries. We've seen Charles Coleman get some touches, and now Sean Allen is getting some touches. It doesn't appear that either of the first 2 guys is hurt. Allen just got a touch here. He returns kicks as well. North Central, because they've been so dominant during the season, they've gotten a lot of their young guys, and they had to replace offensive players from the past couple of championship teams. A lot of guys still back on the defensive side, some offensive linemen that are familiar, but they've had to replace a lot of skill kids, and they will have to replace D'Angelo Hardy after this year and Joey Lombardi. So they got a lot of freshmen working in, getting touches.
3rd down and 3 for North Central from their own 15. Taking the snap and rolling right as Lanen. Pass complete, 1st down, and knocked out of bounds is D'Angelo Hardy up at the 23-yard line, a pickup of 8.
Core concept when you get a zone, or actually when you get man on a 3rd down, you just clear out. One receiver runs his receiver straight out of there, and then it was D'Angelo Hardy broke out toward the sideline. Half rollout from Luke Lanin, quick completion. All you needed was 3 yards, get yourself 5 or 6, and a fresh set of downs.
Just the third completion on the night in 7 attempts, 30 yards passing for Lanin here in the first half of action. First down and 10 for the Cardinals from their own 23. Lanin barks out signals, takes the snap, drop back, 3 steps, looking over the middle, looking long over the middle, coming to the near side, and incomplete. Joey Lombardi just locked up tight with Nazjean Lubin, Luke Winslow.
Yeah, they had Cortland had single high coverage that time. So, right, Luke Lanin recognizes that there's single high coverage means there's one safety in the middle of the field. It's going to be tough for that guy to cover sideline to sideline. So Lanin is going to have a shot to hit one of those deep outside routes. Again, put it in a place where maybe it could have been caught, just unable to connect. Both quarterbacks missed on deep passes close in this game.
Lanin talked about Joey Lombardi in our podcast on Monday. More about that in a second. Lanin is going to get that coverage sacked for sure. Nick Ladero in there for his 8th and a half sack of the season, and it's a big one, dropping him back to the 20-yard line, loss of 8, 3rd and 18.
Yeah, well, we talked to Fran Ilya, the Cortland SID, and he told us a little bit about Nick Ladero being healthy for the first time this season. They thought last week in Randolph-Macon, this is what the coaching staff was saying, that he hurt his knee last year and came back to play and has played all season, but really hasn't been himself until the past couple of weeks. Also saw that on the Cortland offensive line where they weren't themselves early in the playoffs. Now this team is healthy for the Stagg Bowl.
4 receivers set on 3rd and 18. Lanin steps up in the pocket, is going to get rolled out. He's going to run it across the 20, 25, the 30, first down, 35, and runs out of bounds at the 39-yard line. A pickup of 21 yards on 3rd down and 18, and whistles here after the play, but
no flags?
No flags, no.
Hey, some pretty nice downfield blocking by Jack Rummel. That's a freshman. It's a familiar name because brother of Nick Rummel.
Yep.
And D'Angelo Hardy, right? These guys are used to Luke Lanin breaking the pocket either by design or when a play breaks down, and their job is to turn upfield and get some blocks. So nice job. You don't always recognize a guy like D'Angelo Hardy with these gaudy receiver numbers for his blocking, but he takes quite a bit of pride in it. Somehow, there's a 15-yard penalty at the end of the run for North Central, maybe a clip. But we never even saw the flag came out. There's definitely the type of scrum and the type of official conversation.
But the end of the run means it's a first down, and it comes back. I hate to admit that I don't know this signal. He waved with his hands behind his rear end, did the white hat.
Call down to Frank, the official.
Yeah, Frank, do you know what that play that call was?
If you do it,
yes.
Go.
It's sideline interference with contact.
Oh, sideline interference makes sense. But
I don't feel bad about not knowing that one.
Right, so it's usually a warning, but if there's contact, then it is the personal foul, and you have to call it. And here is Coleman on the give on first down, getting knocked down by Luke Winslow and run out of bounds after a gain of 1. Right, so sideline is usually a warning. Everybody's supposed to stay back of this white stripe that is there at the very least. And if someone runs into it, if an official runs into them, then that is a personal foul. Otherwise, you could just get a warning, and it wouldn't be a yardage marked off.
Well, that explains why we never saw the flag come out and why the action was all after the play.
It was probably right on the sideline that we can't see. 2nd down and 8. Lanin with a short drop. Looking for Sacco out of the backfield. Now he's going to give it to Hardy across the middle, 30, 35, and that's enough for the first down.
Here's some guys we don't call on the broadcast much after Pat announces them, but they held up well on that time. Jesky Maples, Nick Fairley, Jared Thornton, Sam Pryor, Zach Fortier. Those guys across the front. Beautiful blocking. Cortland, no pressure at all. Just sent 4 that time, and it was 5-on-4 for North Central. Gave Lanin plenty of time to catch Hardy coming across the formation. It was a slow developing play, but if you're not facing any pressure, you can take a little time for that play to develop.
So it's first down and 10 for the Cardinals at their own 37-yard line. It was a 15-yard penalty, but it was a first down and 10 after that. So here's the give across the middle up to the 41-yard line, a pickup of 4 yards.
And now you start
For
wondering,
Sacco.
as we hit the 3-minute mark here in the second quarter, North Central's moving the ball very methodically. But they may have to pick up the pace a little bit. They have 2 timeouts left.
They're capable of scoring quickly, obviously, but they haven't been today.
Yeah, they seem happy to take their short gains where they give them. Cortland is playing a lot of 2 high safeties and keeping everything in front.
3 receivers to the left, Rummel, Parody, and Lombardi. Hardy to the right, looking to throw. Chase out of the pocket once again and throws it away, way down the field in the general direction of Frank Rossi or D'Angelo Hardy. So it'll be 3rd down and 6.
And Luke Lane almost, it looks like he's running out of bounds and then sneaks in a full arm strength
Yes.
pass. I mean, we talk about Luke Lane also being a baseball player, outfielder. He does have that outfield arm, the kind of guy who could throw from deep center maybe to somebody at third, because the way he doesn't even, when he's on the run, he doesn't even wind up. He throws at full power while running sideways. It's very hard to do.
Big 3rd down play here for the Cardinals. They're at their own 41-yard line. The line to gain is 47. Lombardi split out wide to the right. Sacco comes out of the backfield in motion, and it's going to keep it himself. Lane, he's got the 1st down across midfield and is finally wrapped up in the secondary by Nazjeen Lubin after a big 1st down, a big gain and a 1st down.
All-American right guard Sam Pryor destroyed his guy at the point right there. Laney, it was a designed run for the quarterback, and they pulled Pryor, and he was out in front. He got the linebacker and put him in the dirt, and Laney was kept on running, and Pryor was still blocking his guy into the turf. It's the kind of nastiness you love to see from your guard.
So 1st down, and this is going to get whistled dead here. This will be false start against North Central. Cortland fans trying to muster a chant of "You can't do that" on a false start with 1:59 to go in the second quarter. I'm not sure that's the. I don't know.
I mean, just the fact that there are Cortland fans here. Again, that's a ride down 81. They brought a nice crowd, and so did North Central, to be quite honest.
1st and 15. Here's the toss to Sacco, left across midfield, across the 45, shakes a tackle, and is finally brought down all the way downfield by Christian Powell, the defensive tackle, trailing him and bringing him down after 14 yards on a 1st and 15.
Yeah, and there are a lot of guys who would get 4 on that run, but Joe Sacco, the cutback, and then the determination to break the first tackle and run through, even when 2 guys hit him, he's still running through that tackle, adding about 3 more yards onto the end of it. Clock is running. North Central inside the 45. Long way to go still to score.
2nd and 1. Give to Coleman. Coleman's got room on the left side. The 1st down, the 35 across the 30. Shakes to the left to the 20. Locked up and then finally run out of bounds at the 15-yard line. Also stops the clock with 1:04 to go in the half.
Well, that changes things because now you have North Central looking like they're at midfield and maybe you're going to have to start throwing the ball. Instead, you get a simple outside zone, it looked like, to Coleman. Turn that into a 20-yard, 23-yard run. And now they're in business.
Lots of options here with 64 seconds to go and 2 timeouts.
And North Central's not going to kick a field goal, right? Two field goals off season. So they're trying to punch it in for 7, maybe 8 here.
Lanen waits for the snap. He takes it, takes off to the left-hand side across the 10, and gets to the boundary at the 7-yard line. A nice gain on 1st down.
Well, I'll just say pretty great fake because I was watching Joe Sacco until you said Lanen. And then I was like, hold up. That's not Luke Lanen that I'm watching. And I found him out over by the boundary. Sacco was in the middle of that play. Again, pretty basic designed read option stuff. You give there's the inside zone, and then the quarterback can keep it around the end, and that's what Luke Lanen did on that play. But fooled me pretty good.
And we're looking at a timeout here. The white hat blew the whistle. resetting the clock to 1:01.
And Brad Spencer is a master of keeping his team focused. I'll talk a little bit more about that after this play.
Second down and a short 2. Jordan Chisholm in the backfield behind Lanen. Here's the toss on a shovel to Charles Coleman, trying to get to the right side. He does. Gets across the line of scrimmage to the 5, into the end zone. And with 57 seconds to go in the first half, someone's finally on the scoreboard. It's North Central up 6-0.
What I mean by keeping his team focused is this is an offense that's scoring in the 60s, has 70 touchdowns this season. They're holding on to 0, but they were moving the ball. Seems like they're running out of time in the half, and they just stayed focused with the run game. Didn't try anything crazy, and were able to put it down the field.
Rennick's extra point splits the uprights, and it is 7-0. North Central, 57 seconds to go here in the first half.
And again, there are North Central fans that thought this thing was going to be
73-21.
right, or 60-30 or whatever, right? It's 7-0, but you have to feel good, at least on the North Central sideline, because you've moved the ball all 3 drives. You finally get some points. And your defense, although Cortland has moved the ball and got inside the 10-yard line at least once, the defense has come up big. And so you don't need to win this game 48-14, right? They can win. Last year's Stagg Bowl was 21-0 going into the fourth quarter.
Right.
And North Central was happy with that. They were controlling the game. Mount Union made a late push. But this kind of game, North Central is comfortable playing, even though it doesn't resemble any of the games from their regular season.
We'll be back in just a moment for the final 57 seconds of the first half. It's North Central 7, Cortland 0 in Stagg Bowl 50.
They're saying 2. Is it 2 or 3? It's a 2. All right, you got the first one. Now to round 2. We've got 4. The championship trophy behind number 2. Where is it? Where is it? He had 3. That's 2 for 2. One more. Come on. We've got 5 up there. Help him out. Help him out. It's going behind number 2 again. We're mixing it up. Mixing it up even more. Faster. Faster. Where is it? 2. He says 2. It's behind 3. Oh! Well, you know what? You got 2 out of 3, Jamar. You still go home with that 100 NCAA champion prize pack. Thanks for being a part of it. Thanks for being here tonight. Great job. We have a score on the scoreboard. 57 seconds left.
We do have a score on the scoreboard. We're back here in the Stagg Bowl 50. It is 7-0. North Central with the lead on Cortland on their 3rd drive of the evening. North Central finally put it all together. Had a shovel pass to the freshman Charles Coleman, who took it the final 7 yards, 6 yards for the touchdown. And North Central will now get the ball back. They have just 1 timeout. An offense, of course, certainly capable of scoring in that amount of time. I'm Patrick Coleman along with Keith McMillan. Frank Rossi on the sidelines here for us at D3Football.com. And here's the kickoff taken at the 2-yard line for Burgess, straight up the right-hand side across the 30, and finally run out of bounds right at the 30-yard line. Cortland offense, 70 yards to go. They could, of course, take 3, 50 yards to get into scoring range, 70 yards to get into the end zone.
Yeah, Cortland is the type of team that can score quickly. North Central's not going to give them any shots down the field. They'll play probably 2 safeties, 15 yards off the ball, and run with anything deep. That means if Cortland's going to score with only 1 timeout, remember they burned one of them right before this 4th down, and they burned one before North Central attempted a 4th down play. So they got 1 timeout here, and this is when you wish you had more, but I thought the times they took the timeouts were fine. 52 seconds, 1 timeout. You got it. You can use the middle of the field with that 1 timeout, especially if you don't think you're going to be needing that 1 timeout to hold for a field goal attempt. I think it would be wise for Cortland to try to get anything here. So 3. So you may want to hold that timeout. 52 seconds also early in the drive. Plenty of time to work the middle of the field, run up, get on the ball, run some plays. So the time is an issue, but it's not something Cortland can't manage. Every team, especially every team this deep into the season, has worked on a lot of 2-minute drill, a lot of 4-minute drill, all that kind of stuff. Getting out of bounds on plays like this, or work in the middle of the field if North Central is content to give up 10, 15 yards on the seams and tackle and keep it in front. If they're content to make that trade, Cortland should take it a couple of times and then use that timeout when they get down here.
Coming up at the half, Greg Thomas and JB James Baker of In the Huddle will take you through halftime. We will have that coming up for you in just a couple of minutes, but of course we have 52 seconds left of this half, and when we come out of the TV timeout, Cortland will have the ball at their own 31-yard line.
Got to be a special moment for the In the Huddle guys who started out the show. Those L's in the Huddle were for the Liberty League, so they started out focusing on upstate New York football, and although Cortland is not a member of the Liberty League, certainly representing upstate New York. First team in a Stagg Bowl from the Northeast since 1999. Rowan was the last team to get here. The last team to win it from the Northeast was Cortland's arch rival Ithaca in 1991. Ithaca also won in 88. It was a big moment for the East, and obviously the bracket was super different this year. Mount Union getting knocked out early opened the door for Cortland to come through.
Boys drops back to pass on 1st down and 10. Dumps it off for his tight end, Omari Kendrick, who gets a couple yards up to the 35.
Yeah, that's a win for North Central, right? 5 yards and a great tackle inbounds by BJ Adamczyk. North Central make that trade every day.
Another snap, looking to throw, lofts it up deep down the sideline for Lapp and just overthrows him by about a step. Lapp and Jerron Williams, the safety, in coverage down there deep downfield. Lapp looked a little hobbly as he got up there, didn't he?
A little weird because not that he hasn't had a hamstring issue before, but he's been running great today. He's been open about 3 times down the field. So that's a big deal if that's significant at all, and he just hobbles off to the sideline.
So it'll be 3rd down and 6 here. Play clock is at 7. Now the Red Dragons getting set. Kendrick, the tight end, in motion. Boys takes the snap. Here on 3rd down, getting chased out of the pocket. Going to step up and run. He's got room to run for the first down across the 40, 45, and then he gets out of bounds. He deked as if he were going out of bounds, then took a jab step to the left, got a couple extra yards out of it. Ball's at the 46.
And still got out of bounds, which stops the clock with 26 seconds left. Big play for Cortland because if they don't get something there, they may have to punt the ball back to North Central. Now you're looking at not quite midfield, 46-yard line, and you still got that timeout.
Burgess and Idevio out to the left-hand side, one receiver to the far side here on 1st and 10 for Cortland at their own 46. Boys looking to throw, getting chased out of the pocket, going to step up. Now he's going to run to the right. Nope, he's going to throw it to the left, and Idevio gets the ball in, and they say it's a catch at the 37-yard line. Moves the chains. 21 seconds to go here in the half, and the ball is at the 37.
Well, if you watch that route for Idevio, it looked like it was initially designed to go to him on a corner route, which would have put him on the sideline. He was open, but the protection had broken down. Then Boys scrambled. Looked like Boys was going to run. Then he starts pointing, and Idevio comes back to the ball. Somehow all that happened in 5 seconds.
7-0 the score. North Central with the lead. Cortland with the football. 1st down and 10 at the North Central 37-yard line. One receiver to the left, 2 to the right. Boys takes the snap, a short drop, gets protection from Alfano St. John, and then gets tripped up in the backfield, stumbles forward. Ramarian Roby gets him down, and the clock is ticking at 9 seconds left, and Idevio is kind of gesturing, are we taking a timeout or what? And they finally do with 7 seconds to play.
So the ball's on the 37, and in D3, that's 54 yards.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry, I do the math, the 7 and then add the 10.
You don't have to do that out loud. You can do that in your head.
Yeah, well, I'm a little out of practice here, Pat. Maybe we should do some games.
We should do. I would love to do games, man.
During the season. Yeah, life gets in the way. We're still here for all the Stagg Bowls. So, yeah, 54, and if you watch a lot of NFL on Sundays, this is field goal range.
Yeah.
In Division III, and just we told you the range of Cortland's kicker earlier, but we can remind you that nothing longer than 40.
He hasn't even attempted a 40-yard field goal, a long kick of 39 this year.
So this is going to be either.
You know, if you bring in Patrick Luby as the kickoff guy to kick a long field goal, that is a thing some teams do, but 54 is a lot.
I think 11 seconds you try to get a quick out.
Yeah. Get a quick out, get out of bounds, and frankly, I don't know that you get your kicking team on.
You have to get out of bounds. You
Yes.
can't. You definitely can't get caught in bounds. And then, depending on how many yards you get, do you have a chance at a field goal or do you have a chance at a Hail Mary?
Andrew Tarpey, wide receiver on the field.
I think for Cortland to come away with any points here would certainly bode well for them. You know, you don't want to treat going in down 7-0 as a win for them.
11 seconds to play in the half from the North Central 37-yard line, out of timeouts. Takes a snap, a short drop for Boys. Boys is going to step up and run. He's got a long way to go to the boundary, and he does with 6 seconds to go. And a flag comes out because he got pushed at the 29.
And it's late, and he threw it right in front of North Central coaches who are irate. I don't think that's Brad Spencer.
Frank Rossi ended up with the football, by the way.
But he thought about it for about a half a second, and that's probably what ticked the North Central guys off. It wasn't that he wasn't pushed out of bounds. I think he could have gone either way. You could have said, well, the defender, you know, his momentum, he ran into him. He wasn't trying to go out of his way to push him. But now this is going to push Cortland into field goal range.
Field goal range and give him time to do so. And Mike Beloga's already on the field.
I mean, Boys, as soon as he tucked it, the whole protection from that side was gone, and the routes had cleared everyone out, and it was a dead sprint for the sideline between him and Adamczyk. Boys gets
there.
There's
the call for the personal foul against the defense.
And so that hold was going to be on the 28, and now it's going to be
the 27, would have been 44. Now it's essentially a timeout because you get your unit on the field, and you get 15 bonus yards out of it as well.
Hold's going to be on the 21. It's going to be a 31-yard field goal, a Division III quick kicker. Even on the inside hash should be able to make this.
Beloga, 12 of 18 on the season, 4 of 7 from this range. Connor Mooney, the holder. Dennis DeBellis, the long snapper, and here is the timeout from North Central. Can't take him with you. Might as well take him now.
You beat me to it. And you know what? Maybe Brad Spencer called that just so he could yell at the official some more about that call. Because he is not over it. He's walking out to the hash still, getting at the referee who seems nonplussed.
Yeah, Keith, it's a bang-bang play that we don't – it's a bang-bang play that we don't have the benefit of being able to watch again, right? Replay here up in this booth has been, at best, a 90 seconds delayed and at about 280p here. So
yeah. Look, I mean, that play even in real time was a Rorschach test. If you're North Central, you're thinking, you let that go. It's the guy who's at full speed. How's he going to slow down and not touch the quarterback? And if you're Cortland, you're like, he's 1 foot out of bounds. You can't touch my quarterback. So I don't blame them for throwing it, and I don't blame Brad Spencer for still getting in the.
He still is.
I mean, if it was basketball, he would have teed him up.
Right. All right. So. Back out for the 31-yard field goal attempt off the right foot of Mike Beloga.
No wind whatsoever.
Waiting on the snap. Here it is, handled cleanly. Kick is on the way. It is high, and it is good with 1 second to go in the first half. Cortland gets on the board, and the score, North Central 7, Cortland 3.
Pat, that seems about right. North Central has outplayed Cortland in this first half, but not by a whole lot. So 7-3 seems like a fair score. North Central's gone up and down the field 3 times, stopped twice on 4th down. One was their own fault, a penalty that put them in a 4th and 17. That probably a drive they normally score on. They score on that drive 9 times out of 10. Cortland also down inside the 10, got stopped on a 4th down and could go into the half feeling like it should have scored a touchdown, but got the ball with 57 seconds left, salvaged a field goal Again, North Central helped him with the penalty. Brad Spencer not happy about the penalty. He may still be talking about it, actually. But his team is leading 7-3. I did mention earlier in the game he's good at keeping his team focused. Now his team's going to have to keep him focused. They go in halftime, forget about that call. What worked in the first half? The running game worked, and they're going to stick with it in the second half. I think North Central's comfortable in a low-scoring game, even though you look at their results during the season and you're seeing your 83-26. You're 71-28 in the second round of the playoffs, 55-42 in the quarters. You know, this was not an offense that was stopped much this season, and they haven't been stopped much today except on those key fourth downs.
Except on fourth downs in the red zone, yes.
And, Pat, that matters.
That is part of the game, as I recall.
Tune in with us for great insights like that. Fourth downs are important.
Joey Lombardi and Sean Allen back to return this kick. They put 1 second back on the clock. It's a moot point, barring a fair catch or a kick out of bounds. This kickoff off the foot of Patrick Luby will be the last play of the first half. Kick is a squib kick. Hopper straight down the middle of the field, taken by Lombardi at the 12, cuts right at the 25 to the 30. Stutter step comes left and then is finally met by a whole host of Red Dragons led by Ashton Capone. And that is how the first half ends. An interesting first half of action. Frank, before we go to half, your impressions on the first half, my man.
Really what we expected in a lot of different ways. That defense of Cortland was something that we thought might give a little here, and they really haven't much except for that one scoring drive. Bend don't break. We talked about it in ATN 349. That's what's been happening.
That is what's been happening. Thanks a lot, Frank. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a couple minutes, and then we'll have halftime for you in just a moment. We are at the half with your score. North Central 7, Cortland 3 here in Stagg Bowl 50. Thanks for tuning in on D3Football.com.
For the love of the game. That's what it's all about, they say. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that.
It's more about team and the schools and communities we represent.
And for the many of us blessed with the strength to compete in sport at the college level, we understand that with what we were given comes a special obligation.
Our obligation to help those who have their own special needs and whose love for the game is no less intense.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics. Since August of 2011, we and others from Division III campus communities have volunteered more than 250,000 hours, time away from the classroom and practice field, reaching across the country to coach and mentor Special Olympics athletes.
And to learn that in giving, we receive so much more in return. Help us keep that dream alive.
Be part of it.
Get involved.
You can make a difference.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
And welcome back to Salem Stadium. Halftime score, North Central 7, Cortland 3, just as we all expected.
You took the over, right?
I
think you still got a shot in the second half, Greg. I don't know.
It's still in play. I'm Greg
Yeah.
Thomas from D3Football.com. I'm joined at halftime by In the Huddles, James Baker. James, nice to see you.
It's great to be here, man.
We don't know anything about football, James. I think that's what I learned
Yeah.
in the first half of this game.
Yeah, you cover it for 16 weeks, and you make predictions, and you think you're a smart guy, and everyone in the parking lot says, hey, and, we know what we're talking about. But, yeah, of course it was going to be a defensive battle. But when you look at the statistics, Greg, the crazy thing is, if you told me in the first half that North Central would rush for 205 yards and only have a single touchdown with that's crazy. How is that possible?
I think how that happens, James, is you have North Central on a couple of long, methodical drives. The one thing that Cortland is not allowing is the big explosive play, the 60-yard touchdown run, the 70-yard touchdown run. They are wrapping up, keeping those runs in the field of play, making North Central earn it in the red zone, which 1 for 3 in the red zone. Got a couple of fourth down stops.
Yeah, and I think they've also dodged some bullets, like that Joe Sacco 49-yard run didn't really hurt them that badly. It was an impressive play, but it didn't end up costing them points because they were able to make the fourth down stop in the red zone. And that's really, the Cortland defense, I think, has been the story this first half as well as the last couple of weeks, is how they've really tightened up after that, 35-point first half against Alma.
Yeah, and you look at that Sacco run, that is a play that if you've been watching North Central all season, Sacco breaks through the line like that. That's a house call. Yeah. Every other time you see them play, Sacco gets chased down on that play. Cortland ends up getting a stop.
Yeah, and the other thing that's a big surprise to me, Greg, is you just look at Luke Lennon. Yeah, he won the Gallardi Trophy, but so far this first half, he's had to run a few times, and he's only gained 40 yards net, I guess. He had that 124-yard run, which was good, but he's only 5 for 11 for 48 yards. I guess so far, he maybe, I don't know, maybe he's fighting injuries, maybe he's just getting into this game here, or he's just seeing stuff from Cortland that he wasn't expecting.
I think Cortland's shown a lot of people over the last few weeks something that they don't expect. We're getting a lot of. Not to get overly cliche here, James, but a lot of bend, not breaking from Cortland. But you've seen that a lot from them this season. They buckle down in the red zone. They get stops. They get turnovers. Yeah. No turnovers so far today, but look at the overall stats quickly. North Central, 263 yards of offense. That's not too far off of their per-game average, but Cortland keeping them out of the end zone. That's the stat that matters in this game.
Yeah, the biggest stat that my eyeballs go straight to is this 0 of 3 on fourth down conversions for the Cardinals, and that they're only 1 in 3 in red zone chances. This is a team that even gets within 30 yards of an end zone, and they're scoring most of the time. They're putting up over 60 points a game. But today, Cortland's defense has just made some plays and put them in positions to really put the Cardinals offense in positions that they're not used to being in. And Lennon's running around out there. They're not having the big pass plays that they normally get. I've been watching from the field level, and every time Lennon's tried to go deep, the Cortland defensive backs are step by step with the receivers and playing great coverage defense.
Absolutely. Luke Lennon, first half stats, 5 for 11, 48 yards. 1 touchdown.
Well, I think
crediting that
was that a shovel
Charles
pass?
Coleman run as shovel pass.
Okay,
so
we'll take it.
5 for 11, 48 yards, but that is not nearly the kind of efficiency that we've seen Luke Lennon have all season long, en route to smashing whatever quarterback efficiency rating exists in all divisions.
Yeah.
But you got to give Cortland a lot of credit. You've seen Luke Lennon get sacked a couple of times in this game. Like you said, great coverage downfield. Anytime the coverage is good enough that you have enough time to chase down Luke Lennon, you're getting really good play in the defensive backfield.
Yeah, the one thing that I do wonder, though, is whether or not that one decision for Cortland to go for it when they could have taken the 3 points to get that early 3-0 lead, will that come back to bite them? They obviously elected to go to the field goal to get some points before the end of the first half. They get the ball to start the second half, so maybe they're looking to expand upon that. But it did feel to me that would have been a good opportunity to maybe just take the 3. We'll have to see if it comes back to haunt them in the second half, but so far that's the one kind of questionable call that I saw Cortland do. But Coach Fitz is an aggressive go-getter, so I'm kind of not surprised they went for it either.
Yeah, they had a chance to get a lead there, but Coach Fitz, and he's been aggressive all season long. We know he doesn't like to punt, and we know
punting is losing, is what he calls it.
Exactly. So got into the red zone, thought he had a chance to maybe get 6, and took that chance, but. I think we're going to see that throughout the game. I think here at the end, I think Coach Fitz knows. You mentioned the sandwich situation. He's going to have the ball last in the first half, first in the second half. Got an opportunity to reset your offense, make a drive, and get a lead to start the third quarter.
Yeah, and it's a really great the crowds on both sides are fired up. The weather for this time of year in December and where we are in Southern Virginia really couldn't be better. There's really no wind on the field. The flags are still flat on the goalposts. I mean, I've seen some of the players have to stand in front of those little heat cannons that they have down there, and I'll admit when I was down there I might have stood in front of that for a second or two. But the crowds they're fired up, and I think the fact that Cortland kind of went toe-to-toe, punch for punch with North Central in the first half should give them a lot of confidence. They can do this.
Oh, 100%. Anytime you get a game where you have a distinct underdog, as I think Cortland comes into the game, the general feeling, Cortland an underdog, not that they don't have a chance, but an underdog nonetheless. But when you play a team that like North Central that has outscored opponents by something like close to 500 points this season, that you went 30 minutes and one only gave up a touchdown in less than a minute to go, and 2, you're in a game 7-3. Yeah, the next 30 minutes, Cortland has confidence. They've now played with North Central's strength and speed. They're matching it. They've adjusted to that, and I think you're going to get a really competitive second half.
Yeah, and if I'm North Central, I would still feel good about the fact that Jaden Alfano St. John only 5 yards rushing. That's a win. Capone has had a couple of carries for only 6 yards, so they're basically. The Cardinals have shut down Cortland's running game, other than the fact that there's this guy named Zach Boyes who can be really hard to tackle. That one play that he made, the 28-yard run, he was dead in the sights 3 times and escaped. But really, Boyes is the only player right now for Cortland that's had any success rushing the football. That could be a challenge. They need to figure out ways to get the ball to Burgess and to Idiabo. And J.J. Lapp is – you can tell he's playing hurt. He's definitely got a bum leg or a bad hamstring or something, but he's trying to fight through it. One of those guys, you kind of think that if Cortland's going to have a chance to win this game, one of those guys is going to have to make a big catch to fire up this offense.
Yeah, they got some early short passes to Burgess.
Yep.
Lapp has been open deep a couple of times and just overthrown slightly on a couple of plays. So, Lapp may not be 100%, but he's running around well enough to get himself open and get some chances from Zach Boyes. We mentioned Zach Boyes running the ball 8 attempts, 57 yards in the first half, a couple of really nice scrambles to keep drives going.
Yeah.
That's an element that Zach Boyes gives you. He told us in the pregame, on our interview from the pregame about his feet, and how he's, really trusts his feet. He's got good footwork. We see that he's done some things over the season that I've seen in the pocket where he gets swallowed up and then he's out and scrambling around. Houdini's his way out of a lot of things. He's got really great balance and really great feet.
He does.
And he has kept a couple of drives alive, helped get them into field goal range at the end of the half.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it'll be interesting to see kind of what adjustments each team will make, kind of going into the second half. And, it's coming up in about 7 minutes or so.
And we're going to take a quick break and come back just before halftime to get things reset for the second half. Cortland trailing 7-3 to North Central here at Stagg Bowl 50.
For the love of the game. That's what it's all about, they say. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that.
It's more about team and the schools and communities we represent.
And for the many of us blessed with the strength to compete in sport at the college level, we understand that with what we were given comes a special obligation.
Our obligation to help those who have their own special needs and whose love for the game is no less intense.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics. Since August of 2011, we and others from Division III campus communities have volunteered more than 250,000 hours, time away from the classroom and practice field, reaching across the country to coach and mentor Special Olympics athletes.
And to learn that in giving, we receive so much more in return. Help us keep that dream alive.
Be part of it.
Get involved.
You can make a difference.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
Back. And we are back at Salem Stadium, just a little over 5 minutes to go before halftime. I'm Greg Thomas, D3Football.com, back with James Baker of In the Huddle. James, we talked a little bit about what happened in the first half. Let's talk a little bit about what these teams might want to do in the second half to get some separation from one another. I'll start with Cortland, your coach Fitzpatrick. What are you talking about in the locker room right now?
Well, I think, you give the defense, props for the job that they've done to hold the defending national champions to a touchdown in the first half, kind of keep them fired up. From the offensive perspective, Cortland's had the balance. They've run the ball 15 times and they've thrown it for 12 times, but the problem is most of their yards came from just a couple of runs and a few good passes. They need to get their run game going somehow to keep this prolific Cardinals offense off the field. So if I'm the Dragons, I'd try to keep getting something going with the running game to keep the Cardinals off the field. And on the flip side, if I'm the Cardinals, I'm going to try to find ways to get Hardy and others, the playmakers that they have on this offense, in space and get them the ball and just try to break some tackles and break some big plays.
Yeah, I think North Central, they've been on the verge of breaking some big plays. We talked about Sacco with a big run. Charles Coleman, he's had some nice-looking runs as well.
Yeah.
I think if you're North Central, I think you just keep plugging along and you just trust that something's going to break for you eventually.
Yeah.
Cortland, if I'm Cortland, I'm fired up that I'm right there.
Yeah.
And they had 3 possessions in the first half. That's all. That's it.
Yeah.
So, you've got an opportunity you got a clean quarter. You're going to start the quarter with the ball. You can kind of reset, go back to your script maybe a little bit, and start over and start to establish some things. That third possession they had, couldn't really run the ball by design. You had 57 seconds to get down and try and get some points. So I think you might see them try to get Jaden Alfano St. John going a little bit on this drive.
Yeah.
But really, just the fourth possession in this game going completely in the opposite way that I thought it would. With
we were all talking about shootouts and high-scoring games. I think I said that one of the teams would score 60 points in our pregame show. We only got about 50-something more to go combined.
Yeah, still 2 quarters left, and these
Yeah.
are really explosive offenses. So I'm not going to shut the door on that just yet. But despite the low score, just 1 punt.
Yeah, fantastic first half. It was moving right along, and we'll see if that the over/under on the time of this game goes. It's about 8:40 now, so we're still probably in the 3-hour range, but we'll have to see if we push 3:30. But heavy is the head that wears the crown for North Central. I imagine these guys are a little tired, but they know that they're only 30 minutes away from another national title.
All right, and that is going to give us a wrap. James, thanks for joining us
thanks
at
for
halftime.
letting me crash the party, guys. Appreciate it.
We are going to take one more break from Salem Stadium at halftime, and we'll be back with Pat Coleman and Keith McMillan for the second half.
Yeah.
For the love of the game. That's what it's all about, they say. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that.
It's more about team and the schools and communities we represent.
And for the many of us blessed with the strength to compete in sport at the college level, we understand that with what we were given comes a special obligation.
Our obligation to help those who have their own special needs and whose love for the game is no less intense.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics. Since August of 2011, we and others from Division III campus communities have volunteered more than 250,000 hours, time away from the classroom and practice field, reaching across the country to coach and mentor Special Olympics athletes.
And to learn that in giving, we receive so much more in return. Help us keep that dream alive.
Be part of it.
Get involved.
You can make a difference.
Back out here at Salem Stadium, here in Salem, Virginia, home of Stagg Bowl 50. And we are getting ready to start the third quarter. Where does North Central 7 and Cortland 3? Right, Keith, we talked so much about that first half and limited opportunities for both teams, just 3 drives up each side, but opportunities in the red zone for North Central that did not succeed.
Yeah, and I think right now that's the key in the game. Both teams on fourth down, getting stopped deep in the other team's territory. North Central 0 for 3 on fourth down. Cortland 1 of 2. North Central 1 of 3 in the red zone. Cortland 1 of 2 in the red zone. To be honest, feels like, and the stats bear this out, that North Central's had its way running the ball. 25 carries, 205 yards. I'm sure James Baker and Greg Thomas told you all about this at halftime with the stats. But if you can run at that clip, I think North Central feels good about where they sit going into the third quarter. But I also think you're not going to hold Cortland to 3 points.
The last time Cortland was held to 3 points in the first half was back in 2019. They trailed Hartwick at the half 14-3. They came back to win that game 32-21, and the opening kickoff of the second half is taken by Cole Burgess. Back across the 25 to the 27. Quickly, the Cortland offense across the front. Kevin Whalen, Jaden Lott, Ryan Bitka, Jack McGrath, and Cody Ike. J.J. Lapp, Cole Burgess, Joe Idivio, the wide receivers. Jaden Alfano St. John in the backfield. Zach Boys, the quarterback. North Central on the defensive side, Will Kettlecamp, John Sullivan, James Hart, Martin Egbo across the front. Cusimano, B.J. Adamczyk, Zach Orr. The linebackers, the corners, Nick Rummel and Ethan Gork, Jerron Williams, and Julian Bell are the safeties.
Defensively, I don't know if you make a whole lot of adjustments if you're North Central.
Quick toss out of the backfield to Kendrick, the tight end, and Kendrick is hit out of bounds by Danny Nuccio. And make that Ethan Gork. And a big gain and a first down out at the 40.
Cortland, however, probably going to dip into its offensive bag a little bit more here in the second half, and you saw it right there with a fake up the middle and then a quick out to the tight end.
Here is the give. No, coming back the other way with it is Alfano St. John across the 45. Run out of bounds at the 47. Trips over the sticks on the way out of bounds, but he's a few yards short of them. It'll be 2nd down and 2.
Hey, Zach Boyes handing off on that play and then
blocking.
Right. Alfano St. John changed direction, and suddenly he was the lead blocker, and he put his head down and mixed it up a little bit with the linebacker. And then Julian Bell comes up from the secondary and says, hey, if you're going to be out here blocking, you're going to take a hit like another player, and tosses Zach Boyes out of bounds. Boyes is a gamer, though. He's right back up taking a snap.
On 2nd down and 2 at the 48, fakes the give, looking to throw down the right side for Burgess. Burgess hauls it in, gets out of bounds, 1st down at the 42-yard line.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Cole Burgess, who had a huge week in the semifinal against Randolph, making 3 touchdown catches in that one. Just 3 catches, period, in the first half against North Central, and that's with North Central not having cornerback Antoine Walker playing. 3 for 24 in the first half, 18 yards, the longest catch. I'm sure North Central would love for that to be the case again. Cortland, on the other hand, is going to try to get Cole Burgess more involved. Also a note, J.J. Lapp, who went out on the last drive, the other wide receiver for Cortland, back in the game.
It's the give up the middle and a couple of yards out of it across the 40 down to the 39, pickup of 3.
Feels like all the Alfano St. John's yards are tough yards. 5 carries, 11 yards in the first half. And that one right there, long of 7, that one right there, he spun back into the middle, took a couple of hits. Feels like every time he touches the ball, it's a struggle. But he's moving in the right direction, not losing yards for Cortland, and they'll take that. Again, driving, the Red Dragons are, with the chance to take the lead, down 7-3 at the start of the 3rd quarter.
They deferred at the opening kick. They got the ball here to start the second half. Boyes now dancing out to the left-hand side, looking for a block upfield from Alfano St. John. He doesn't get it, but it wouldn't have helped. He gets out of bounds right at the sticks, and they move him.
Yeah, and that is now the 3rd time on the past 2 to 3 drives that Boyes has taken off and run and gone out of bounds for North Central. And good point made on
gone out of bounds for Cortland.
I'm sorry, for Cortland. North Central got the penalty for hitting Boyes out of bounds late in the half that helped set up the field goal. But there was a time previous to that where Boyes looked like he was about to go out of bounds, kind of ducked his shoulder and came back inbounds. And
takes the low snap here on 1st down. Look, he's got Burgess at the 15 to the 10, and he's going to go out of bounds at the 8-yard line. Another 1st down.
I really think you're not going to hold Cole Burgess down super long. That time, just found a hole in his zone. North Central's playing cover 2, so they have a guy hanging out here short in the flat, and then they have a safety getting over to the deep half, and they hit Burgess in between the 2 spots, the classic hole in the zone. If you're a person who is annoyed when players get a catch and make the 1st down point, you'd be highly annoyed by Cortland today. Haven't had that many 1st downs, but the 1st down point to 1st down ratio is high.
Burgess to throw, looking in the end zone for Burgess, and Boyes' pass is too far out of bounds, incomplete.
All right, and now let's talk college. You only need to get 1 foot in bounds.
And
Stagg Bowl.
Replay.
We have replay.
That's right. And
yeah, everyone on both teams turns around and watches the big board in Salem. Cortland loves, they hold the touchdown.
You don't need to challenge these. They are just going to automatically look at them, and they do whistle the play clock dead, and they're going to take a look.
Cortland thinks it's a touchdown. Cole Burgess is slapping 5 with people.
Describe replay for us in this game.
Oh, thanks for putting that one on me.
But you wrote a story about it once upon a time.
Yeah, I wrote a lot of stories, Pat, for the website going back to 1999. Don't remember every word I ever uttered. Replay in D3 is only available in the semifinal and the national championship game because the network cameras are here. Coaches' challenges are part of it, but scoring plays are automatically reviewed. And again, as we pointed out at the point of the catch, college, you only need to get 1 foot in. It does look like Cole Burgess gets his left foot in, and the right foot is out of bounds. So you used to watching NFL on Sundays, you say no catch, but in college that is a catch, and I'd expect this to be ruled a touchdown.
Can I say another thing about college fans? They're still looking at this, but everybody on the Cortland side is super happy.
Oh, wow. It's actually his right foot that drags just inside, and the left one that in fast motion looked like it was in actually doesn't touch the ground.
Frank agrees it's a catch. And they had marked the ball at the 3, and we're still waiting for the white hat to say it. You might have heard it in the background there, touchdown. So Cortland takes the lead, and the extra point is coming up.
The review done up here in the booth by DV Sport. So they'll have a cameraman on site. That's an actual official, and not just a guy with a monitor.
Beloga on to attempt the extra point. 11:33 to go here in the third quarter. Cortland takes the lead, 9-7, kick on the way, and let's make it 10-7 with 11:33 to go. So Cortland takes that opening kickoff, Keith. Not the most efficient scoring drive of the day, but 3 minutes and 27 seconds later, they are in the end zone.
Well, we talked during that drive. Cole Burgess with 3 catches, had 3 more catches on that drive, including the touchdown catch. Again, just a guy you're not going to hold down for the entire game for North Central. No team has done it all season. 14 touchdown catches during the season, 1,241 yards, 76 catches for an offense that was averaging more than 500 yards per game, 7.2 yards per play. They were going to get going at some point. The deal now is Cortland's defense has to hold up his end of the bargain because North Central is going to get going at some point too.
All right, Frank Rossi is probably the only sideline reporter in the entirety of sporting events that has a halftime costume change, and let's check in with him down on the field.
Crowd down here is unbelievable in terms of the energy that's coming from the Cortland sideline. As you said, they seem to know from somebody somewhere that was going to be ruled a touchdown before even the referee had given any indication down here. But as Keith pointed out, J.J. Lapp is back. It looked like he had just tweaked his hamstring from last week, but that they've been able to massage that out, guys. So right now, it's not the game everybody expected. That's what we're hearing frequently down here on the sideline. Back up to you.
Good point, Frank, and indeed that is the case. So 10-7 our score. Cortland with the lead here in Stagg Bowl 50. North Central, up until last week, had not trailed at all. Second half, first half, fourth quarter, first quarter, third quarter. And for the second week in a row, trailing here in the second half of a game, but they haven't touched the football here in the second half either.
Yeah, and I wouldn't panic yet if I was a North Central fan. Moved the ball really well, rushed for 205 yards in the first half, only gained 253 yards total, so obviously not much success through the air, but haven't needed to throw the ball a lot, controlled the ball for 18 minutes of the 30 in the first half. Their issue was just punching it in, and they did it to themselves. With the penalty.
Greg points out this is the largest deficit of the season for North Central. That is true. Previous largest deficit was 1 last week, 27-26.
And in that case, North Central walked right down the field and took the lead back against Wartburg, one of the great defenses in D3.
Kickoff taken by Lombardi at the 10, straight up the middle, across the right hash,
the
30 and the 34. There is a scrum at the bottom.
I think he got it back, but just judging by the body language of Cortland players, I'm not going to say we did. We weren't coached to do this at Randolph-Macon, but a player had brought this from his high school, and he said whenever there's a loose ball, everybody just start going crazy like we've recovered it. Sometimes the refs have no idea, and whoever acts like they recovered it will get it. That time you could tell by the Cortland body language that North Central's Joey Lombardi had recovered his own fumble.
I could see that being effective on the same ODAC officials who, when I first encountered them, had never seen a shovel pass before and did not understand that an incomplete shovel pass was an incomplete pass and not a fumble. First down at 10 at the 35. Fakes the give. No, it is the give. No, it isn't the give. Lanen's got it, and it's knocked down. Going up and knocking it down. Jaden Martinez, his third pass breakup of the season. He stuck with Lanen way better than I did. And it is 2nd and 10.
And I do think it is tempting to say that North Central, because they've been so dominant this season and for much of the prior season, that they're not built to play this kind of game. But I think actually the test they got a couple weeks ago against Wisconsin lacrosse, final there was 55-42, but was essentially 48-42 until the onside kick got returned.
Lane in short drop, looking for Sacco out of the backfield, throws it a little bit behind him. It's 3rd and 10.
And then last week against Wartburg, and both of those games being on the road, tested North Central's mettle a little bit. And I think even though they're coming up on a big 3rd down here, I don't think you question the heart of this team or the ability to stay in this game, even if they don't get the 1st down, right? They're trailing 10-7. Cortland's playing great.
No, I think their mettle was tested, as it were, last week. You know, it's an emotional, heart-stopping game, and, you know, they came through it. 3 receivers out to the left, Hardy, Lombardi, and Parody, and here is the give, and that is to Allen out of the backfield, it looks like, on 3rd and long, and he gets a couple out of it. No, make that still Sacco, and Sacco is dropped after a gain of 3. It'll be 4th down.
Let me give a ton of credit to Jaden Martinez on that one, the linebacker who took on McFurley, the left guard for North Central. And usually when a guard is out in space on a linebacker, the guard wins that one. And that time,
they leave the offense on the field, but Lanen punts out of this about as often as he doesn't. Lanen on the season has punted 11 times now. He steps back. He takes it, and he snaps, and he kicks it away.
Nobody back for Cortland.
And the ball will come to a rest at the 15-yard line. A 47-yard punt, no return.
Yeah, I don't know if Cortland had acted like they'd never seen it before, or they're just like, we're not messing around with any games. We'll let you punt it. We're playing honest defense here. It was 4th and 7. It seemed unlikely that North Central would go for it on their side of the field in a 10-7 game.
I mean, they have. Maybe not at the 35, but they have. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a moment. 10:28 to go here in the 3rd quarter. It is 10-7, Cortland.
For the love of the game. That's what it's all about, they say. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that.
It's more about team and the schools and communities we represent.
And for the many of us blessed with the strength to compete in sport at the college level, we understand that with what we were given comes a special obligation.
Our obligation to help those who have their own special needs and whose love for the game is no less intense.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics. Since August of 2011, we and others from Division III campus communities have volunteered more than 250,000 hours, time away from the classroom and practice field, reaching across the country to coach and mentor Special Olympics athletes.
And to learn that in giving, we receive so much more in return. Help us keep that dream alive.
Be part of it.
Get involved.
You can make a difference.
Back out here in Salem Stadium, Stagg Bowl 50. Cortland with the lead, 10-7 on North Central. Let's send it down to Frank Rossi.
Guys, still on the Cortland sideline, and during around the 3rd down play, Jaden Alfano St. John looks at the video screen in my direction, basically away from the play, looks at Luke Lanen on that screen and says, that's a scared quarterback right there, and trying to rev up his team while they were on the sideline. Obviously now with the ball back, we'll see what they can do. Back up to you guys.
All right, Frank. You know, interesting. I think one of the things I talked about that I observed last week on the sidelines against Wartburg, between North Central and Wartburg, is I really thought that Lanen's demeanor was just super calm. You know, and that's a situation where they're down in the 4th quarter. They'd been stopped on 5 consecutive possessions offensively, and it seemed like, you know, Lanen was pretty zen.
Yeah, he's not.
That could be wishful thinking, right?
No, he's not scared.
Casting.
He may. Right. The Cortland may be trying to talk themselves into that idea, but
sure.
Lanen scrambles around like that as a matter of business. That's his normal play style. To throw on the run, to when the play breaks down or when the first couple reads aren't there, he'll roll out. They design half rollouts for him. They design runs for him. So him running around. Again, you just go back to when they fell behind in the Wartburg game.
All right, so penalty marker down before we even get started here, and is a illegal procedure against Cortland. So they started at the 16-yard line, and now they will start 5 yards back of that.
We talked a lot about North Central being in some dominant games this season and this not being their style. Cortland has beat the snot out of a lot of the teams it played, but it did get into a few tough games.
Here's Boys, gets the handoff to Alfano St. John, and Alfano St. John goes nowhere. Will Kettlecamp up front helping in the group, making that stop along with James Hart.
Yeah, and a 1st and 15 run going backwards, not good for the for the offense.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point.
You tune in for that kind of analysis.
If you just joined us, 10-7 is our score. Cortland scored on the last play from scrimmage in the first half. They kicked a short field goal, and then they took the second half kickoff and drove all the way down, and Cole Burgess dragged a foot inbounds as a replay ruled, overturned the call on the field. And then they got a defensive stop, and now they're back. Here's Boys looking to throw on second and long. A big swing pass out to Kendrick, looks like. Note make that Burgess left all alone at the line of scrimmage. He took it forward for about 10 yards. It'll be 3rd down and about 5.
And that's just one of those plays where you say we're going to make the team defend the entirety of the field. So you run 2 deep routes on the sideline. You have the bubble screen, and you have a route in the middle of the field. And North Central in a zone and happy to take the shortest of all those throws and let Cole Burgess run with it.
There's 3rd down and a little more than 5. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Boys looking to throw. Now he's stepping up, and he gets forward, but not enough. He's going to get knocked down after a gain of about 2, so this will be 4th down and 3. And, you know, Kurt Fitzpatrick does not like to punt, but this is where generally you punt.
I mean, if it was 4th and 1 or inches, maybe you go for it. I don't think they've been dominant enough up front against North Central. In fact, I feel like North Central defensive line's probably winning.
Well, right. I mean, think of that share. 4th down on the goal line, right? And here's Zach Boys at the end of that, feeling a little twisty in the knee area from the looks of things.
Well, the Cortland trainers got a good bit of airtime in the second half last week at Randolph-Macon with a number of players down, and I think they were hoping not to see the trainers come out again this time. But Zach Boys is up, walks off on his own power. We may see the backup for 1 play.
Well, it's 4th down, so you may see the punter take a snap.
Yeah.
It is Patrick Luby coming out.
Oh, I lost track of the fact that it was 4th down. Maybe that's why Boys was in no rush to get up.
A defensive stop for Cortland, stopping North Central, and now here a defensive stop for North Central. And they'll get the ball back, and not a great exchange of yardage. Here's Luby's punt, and it's going to bounce, and it's going to go out of bounds on the Cortland side of midfield. So North Central, excellent field position here to start off their second drive here of half number 2. 10-7 the score. Cortland in front with 8:48 to go here in the third quarter.
Well, going back to a point I was starting to make about Cortland's season, they certainly have blown out quite a few of their opponents, but they also found themselves in some tough games. Lost track of a big late lead at Susquehanna, their only loss of the season back on September 16th. First 2 rounds of the playoffs, Cortland a little bit banged up. Those games came down to the end. They had to survive a throw into the end zone to beat Endicott and a missed field goal attempt to beat Grove City in the second round.
Here's Lanin. He gives it to Allen. Allen fights off a tackle, and they'll make that Charles Coleman across the 45 and down to the 42. Good second and even third effort by the freshman, and it's a gain of 5.
Man, Charles Coleman is a load. Joe Sacco is running into you, falling forward, pounding, looking for contact every time, and then you bring in a guy who's 216, and then you could bring in some Sean Allen if you want, and then you got those big offensive linemen leaning on you. I think it's going to wear any defense down over the course of the day. Cortland has held up pretty well.
I know Frank Rossi has an update downstairs. We'll get it to you as soon as possible. Here's Coleman, breaks through across the 35, down to the 30. First down, moves to chains. Frank Rossi, is this an update on Zach Boys?
Zach went over to the sideline trainer's table, and they were testing the right leg and the shin to ankle area. It looked like he was having a little pain trying to plant the foot down as they were testing him, but they did let him run a couple laps on the sideline. He looks good to go, so he should be back in for the next series. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Frank. Timely reporting, much appreciated. First down for North Central at the 29 here is the give again to Coleman. Pushes with the pile forward across the 25 and down to the 23-yard line. Another big gain on first down.
Yeah, I don't mean to go all concussion uncle on you, but Zach Boyd's going to have that leg falling off for him to not come in back in this game, right? It's a national championship. He's a junior, so, he'll have another year. But Cortland, this is a unique opportunity for that program, and if he can go, he's going back in.
Second down and 3, ball at the 23-yard line. North Central on the move. They started this drive on the Cortland side of the field. There's a toss to Allen. Allen with room across the 15 and is finally run out of bounds inside the 10-yard line. First down and goal for the Cardinals all the way up at the 5.
Yeah, this is starting to remind me a little bit of what we talked about with Randolph-Macon using the all 4 backs in the backfield and beginning to wear teams down. North Central certainly a cut above the old alma mater on the offensive line and as a program in general. But using 3 backs on one drive and continuing to wear this defense down. They've moved the ball up and down the field. They didn't get points a couple times. They finally got some points right before the half, and they're knocking on the door again.
Here's Sacco in the backfield, first down and goal from the 5. He gets the call. He goes left. He cuts inside, and he's in the end zone. Touchdown, North Central. They retake the lead with 6:34 to go in the third.
Love it, Pat. We got ourselves a potential classic, at least so far so good. 13-10 now, North Central, 6:34 left in the third quarter. And as great as that drive was offensively, let's give some credit to that North Central defense. The offense had punted back to Cortland on the drive before. Cortland had the ball and the lead, the opportunity to extend the lead. The defense got the ball right back to the offense, and they drove down the field.
Rinnick with the extra point out of the hold of Jacob Parody. It's on the way. It is good. 5 plays on that drive, all of them on the ground, and it got them in the end zone. It is 14-10 North Central. We'll be back in a minute. Back out here, Salem Stadium, 14-10 our score. North Central retakes the lead, gets a defensive stop, forces a short punt, takes over the ball at the Cortland 47-yard line, and they are in the end zone 5 plays later. And that is the North Central offense we've seen a little bit more often this season.
Yeah, and I really think the run game is pretty diverse. It's, sometimes it's just zone runs, read options, which is in this day and age, it's pretty much basic, for us for 90s, 80s guys, it's like I formation, ISO. It's like, that's basic stuff at this point, but they've thrown a few run wrinkles in. They, pull guards and use the jet sweep or jet zone read probably. Lane in design run, but I think on that drive it was a lot of straight ahead, and they just went Charles Coleman, then Sean Allen, and then they let Joe Sacco finish it. And you get behind that big offensive line, Maples, Fairley, Thornton, Pryor, and Fortier, and let those guys just lean on a defensive line that has honestly held its own, was great in the semifinal against Randolph-Macon, but just how long can they hold up?
Kicking it deep. And Burgess lets it roll out of bounds. So that'll be excellent field position for the Cortland offense when they restart.
Pat, it's I don't know if it's too early to talk about this, but I think there were a lot of people invested 16 teams at the very least invested in Cortland, plus a whole bunch of teams in New York State, Empire 8, maybe the whole entire Northeast, invested in how well Cortland does in this Stagg Bowl. And to see them hold their own, I think, allows you to say the sides of the bracket maybe weren't as unbalanced as they looked.
Let's see how Boys does here coming back from injury. He keeps it after faking it to Alfano St. John and throws it for Lapp out of bounds. Throws it in Lapp's general direction, I should say.
Yeah, and that was one of the cases where it's a read option play or RPO, right? He has a run pass option. And so he pulls it, doesn't hand off, and then he starts to roll out. Lapp sees him scrambling, and then Boys decided to get rid of it at the last second. By that point, Lapp was already blocking.
We'll see how effective Boys is in these situations here. Looking to throw, looking deep down the right side. Lapp's got his defender beat, and he has got it at the 25. 10-5, touchdown, Cortland. 65-yard touchdown, and the Red Dragons back on top. You don't need to run if you can throw it like that. Lapp, so much separation, Keith.
I tell you what, I love what North Central did there, but they got caught being too aggressive. They see Zach Boys hobbling around, so they're going to come with a blitz. And they came from both sides, and they left the cornerback one-on-one with J.J. Lapp, no safety help, and it was just a foot race. And Lapp has been winning that all day. He just hasn't caught up to the ball, or Boys has overthrown him, and that time it dropped perfectly in the breadbasket. Cortland back in front.
14th touchdown catch on the season for J.J. Lapp, the senior out of Stony Brook, New York. The extra point by Beloga is up, and it is good. 17-14. 6:21 left here in the third quarter, and now we've got a barn burner. We had a defensive half, now we've got an offensive half.
I mean, you didn't think those guys were going to go in at halftime, and I know in the movies they go in and they yell, "Man, you got to get together and put it all on the line. It's the last half of the season."
Wait, are you telling me that's not what actually happens?
A lot of times you go in your position group. The coach gets on the whiteboard, or I don't know if they might have Microsoft Surfaces at this point. I don't know what they're looking at, but they're making halftime adjustments.
Yeah.
And a lot of times they're very subtle things. Could be changing a blocking scheme, changing the protection. We're going to mix up the coverages on the back end. But a lot of times that's why you see the best action of a game in the third quarter, because of very small adjustments. Now, that touchdown from Cortland, I just think North Central got caught in a blitz. So I'm not going to –
That's not some massive adjustment, right?
Like high-level thinking, right? North Central was like, the quarterback's hobbled. It's a third down, and we're going to put some pressure on the quarterback. And Lapp just ran past. And again, they were close on that a couple times early in the game. You almost say it was bound to happen.
Kickoff is short, and it is taken at the 12-yard line on the run by Lombardi. Cuts to the right at the 25 and is nudged out of bounds at the 31-yard line by Taziah Owens. And that is where North Central will take over. Now we've had a more standard, shall we say, half of offense so far. I know I say half. We've played 8 minutes and 44 seconds. But this is more the game that I think we were coming here to see or expecting.
And look, I mean, North Central walked down the field last time.
Well, they ran, I think. But yes.
All right, fair enough. They did not technically walk. They moved down the field with great efficiency.
They didn't throw either. That was what I was getting at. I'm just word gaming with you. I'm sorry. Sacco, wide open up the middle across the 45 to the 50. It's a foot race for him as well across the 30. And an ankle tackle, a diving ankle tackle at the 20-yard line. All the way downfield, Luke Winslow. And Winslow, winded or needs help or just gave everything as he was chasing him for about 25 yards before finally just getting that ankle tackle at the 20-yard line.
Pat, I cannot tell you how important that is as the backside safety or the backside corner. As soon as you see a run go away from you, to turn and take the deepest angle you can take. Yeah. In this case, safety not necessarily taking as deep an angle as a backside corner would be. And then you have to be patient because you're only going to get one shot to trip him up on his legs.
Right.
So you got to get as close as you can and then dive into the legs, swipe at the legs, whatever it is. We've seen Sacco now break 2 long runs that would have gone to the house, as they say, if he had open field speed. And Sacco's not a burner, but he's not slow. Those are some nice runs and very decisive in the middle of the field with his cuts.
Winslow's going to walk off the field under his own power. Doesn't look affected.
Yeah, he probably ran about total 50 yards on that play, and then had to dive on his stomach to knock Sacco out of bounds.
Knocks the wind out of himself.
Absolutely, he'll be back in the game more than likely. Cortland's a little bit weak in the safety area. Winslow is the senior, so Winslow's out, and Sam Cotton, who was the Empire 8 Rookie of the Year, is injured on a forced fumble against Grove City. So now they're playing with 2 young players in the secondary.
Here's the handoff to, looks like, Allen across the 20, down to about the 15-yard line. A big gain on first down.
And we know that North Central does not kick a lot of field goals, and neither does Cortland, but North Central's extreme in it. But now they're down 3, and so they have to think about that possibility. If that happens, that tackle by Luke Winslow may end up being very, very important, because Sacco was gone if he doesn't make that tackle.
Anthony Luciano in the game at safety now. 2nd down and 5 deep in Cortland territory. Here is a give to Allen, and Allen is going to be right at the first down marker, which is at the 10. And they move the sticks.
Well, some listeners out there may wish there was a offensive line expert up here in the booth to talk about how well the gang up front is playing for North Central, but I can tell you on that play, Jared Thornton executed something that's very, very tough to do. Snapped it to Luke Lannon and then pulls on the backside. You don't see the center do that very often, and he was able to nail his block.
Parody, Hardy, and Lombardi. Receivers out to the right-hand side, and here is a give behind them to Allen on 1st and goal from the 10, and he picks up 3.
Now that's just inside zone. You can see that pretty easily when the whole offensive line moves in concert together. They're just
student body right.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, actually, at
the ancient term. No,
that's outside zone when they all move together, and then you're just looking. The back is looking for a crease and then he should cut it up.
Ethan Greenfield getting some face time. Ethan Greenfield, the running backs coach, the former running back, the 2022 Gallardi Trophy winner. 2023 Gallardi Trophy winner Luke Lannon waiting this snap on 2nd down. Here is the give to Coleman. Coleman across the 6, maybe. No, make it down to the 7. That's just a pickup of 1, and it's 3rd down and goal now from the 7.
There's been some really, really feisty blocks in this game, and on that one, it was North Central. One of their tight ends blocked the guy out of the back of the end zone.
Is it 84, the number we've not been able to?
Yes, our good friend number 84.
So here's 3rd down and goal from the 7. Sacco in the backfield. He's there for protection. Throwing right, throwing to the corner, overthrowing his intended receiver, Hardy, incomplete. 4th down. If it's field goal position, a field goal ties the game here. They just do not have they don't generally exhibit a lot of confidence in their kicking game, but the kicking unit is coming out.
I was going to say, if you don't kick a field goal here, why do you even have a field goal kicker on the roster? Right. It's 4th and 7, not 4th and 2. You're down 3, so you need to tie this thing up. And it's right in the center of the field.
It is in the center of the field. Here's a tight end, Bobby Bamer, coming on late, but there's still 13 seconds on the play clock. And now North Central's going to take time out. They had still 11 seconds to play before snapping.
I don't think you think this over. Sean Rennick, dead in the center. I mean, this is an extra point, essentially.
Right, exactly. It's just it's an extra point that's like 4 yards longer.
And
I could make that.
All right, let's not get carried away.
30 years ago.
Let's not get carried away. There was a competition at halftime. They had a guy.
They
had
didn't
people
pull my name, by the way.
They had people kicking with the ball placed on the 10-yard line. One person made it, and one person, it was like 50 Cent throwing out the first pitch at the Mets game. It was all way off to the left. It was not the best. I think what even is the point of bringing a field goal kicker? And I guess obviously he kicks extra points and he can punt as well, although they don't use him on the punt team much either. If you can't make this straight away, why do you even have a guy? And here's the thing, all right, it ties the game.
Yeah.
And mentally, North Central doesn't have to deal with the pressure of being behind.
So here's Rinnick lined up for a short 24-yard field goal kick, has the distance, and it is good. So with 3:16 to play, it is all tied up. 17 apiece. We'll be back in just a minute. Now we'll keep it here. With 3:16 to go in the third quarter, 17 all our score. Sean Rinnick, I mean, he's 3 for 3 on the season on field goals now.
Guy's 100%.
That's right. It's when we talk about it being just a super long extra point, he's only 77 of 86 on extra points. That's actually less than 90%. That's enough to give you pause.
Do you think maybe he fell asleep in some of these 83-26, 56-0 games and 61-17, and he missed some of them late in the game? Or were they? No, we don't. Our crack research staff's not going to look that up.
I don't think Stats Inc. I don't think John DeWan is awake over at Stats Inc. to dig into D3 box scores for us.
The jokes aside, though, the importance of that field goal for North Central is just not to have to, obviously, to tie the game to get 3 out of that drive, but to not to have to deal with the pressure of being behind. If they don't score and if the teams go back and forth, the pressure builds the closer you get to the late in the game, and you don't want to be behind if at all possible.
Kickoff taken by Burgess at his own 7-yard line. He stays to the right, pushes his own blocker out of the way across the 25 up to the 27-yard line. 512 people listening right now, which is, for us, pretty good numbers. We appreciate you listening. Hopefully you are doing so and also able to watch. Shout us out in the chat. Let us know where you are watching from. See a lot of Cortland fans in that chat. You are certainly free to do so. And after a 7-3 first half, we've had Cortland go down and score twice. We've had North Central go down and score twice. One of them, the field goal just now to tie it up at 17 apiece. Here's Boys on first down. The give to Alfano St. John, trying to go around the right side. And there's not a whole lot there. It will be second down and let's call it 10.
Cortland's a pretty big college within the, for D3 anyway, within the state university system in New York. A lot of semi-famous and fairly famous alumni. We saw a nice video going around on Facebook today with the ex-pro wrestler Mick Foley, ESPN personality Beth Mullins,
yep,
and some other famous and semi-famous Cortland grads, wishing them the best today. So thanks for tuning in.
Looking to throw on first down, and this is over the middle, kind of looking for J.J. Lapp. Lapp acting as if he got held up and not getting any love for that call.
Yeah, and again, B.J. Adamczyk, the middle linebacker in coverage. I think Lapp, maybe if he runs a little harder and gets the full jersey tug, maybe he gets that call. But he pulled up, and the ball wasn't close to catchable.
So it's third down and 10 here for Cortland at their own 28-yard line. 2 of 6, on third downs today. Boys takes the snap, looking to throw right side, and right there is Burgess right at the sticks, gets the catch. No, make that Lapp, and it's a first down.
And Lapp on Rourke. I'm just messing up this man's name. Rourke with a G. I was thinking of Tanner Rourke, the old Nats pitcher. Lapp on Rourke, the cornerback. I think Cortland has decided they want to attack that matchup. And especially if a lot of attention is being paid to the Cole Burgess side, it gives Lapp single coverage.
First and 10 at the 37. And keeping himself, his boys showing some spryness. He gets across midfield, across the 40. And half gives himself up, half gets tackled by, let's say, Nick Rummel, but that is a big gain.
Boys just straight ran past Jerron Williams, the safety. Safety coming up, and that should have an angle on a runner. And Boys just turned the corner, and it was Julian Bell, actually, that came in and bowling balled his knees out. Or has hit him in the thigh to make that tackle. But that's the speed, I think, is probably deceptive, and maybe North Central just hasn't seen a guy with the speed of Boys coming out of the backfield this season.
You have yet to see someone like Boys. Yes, anyway, here is the fake the give. Boys looking to throw. Pass is complete to Idevio at the 20, the 15, and is upended by Nick Rummel down at the 11, make it the 10, make it the 11-yard line, first down.
Zach Boys looks super comfortable right now with what he's seeing. When he got man coverage, he took a shot right past Groark to J.J. Lapp. This time he got zone and finds Idevio in that hole in the zone, right? If North Central's going to play cover 2 with the short corner and the deep safety, there's always going to be that intermediate zone along the sideline, and it's wide open.
Minute and 1 left here in the third quarter in a tie game in Stagg Bowl 50. Here is the give, trying to hit the hole a little harder is Alfano St. John. He gets about 1.5 yards out of it. I just want to shout out some of the people who then shouted out where they're from. Shanghai. We'll start with that. I don't know what time of day it is there. Thank you for tuning in. Fridley, Minnesota. Beverly, Massachusetts. I could see why someone in Beverly, Massachusetts, home of Endicott, has a vested interest in this game here this evening. St. Petersburg, Florida. Fredonia, New York, of course. Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Cortland is on the 10 and maybe signing in from the end zone soon.
Naperville, Illinois. Here is a keeper up the middle, and this one goes nowhere. Maybe even a loss of a couple inches. It'll be third down.
Great.
Yes, I know. I kept you from talking about the game so that I could talk about the people listening.
I've done it before. Don't get me wrong.
This will be the last play of the third quarter.
James Hart with the tackle on the interior there.
Fourth quarter.
17-all. Just like we all knew it would be. Tie game going into the fourth.
We'll be back in just a moment. Stagg Bowl 50 on D3Football.com.
For the love of the game. That's what it's all about, they say. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that.
It's more about team and the schools and communities we represent.
And for the many of us blessed with the strength to compete in sport at the college level, we understand that with what we were given comes a special obligation.
Our obligation to help those who have their own special needs and whose love for the game is no less intense.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics. Since August of 2011, we and others from Division III campus communities have volunteered more than 250,000 hours, time away from the classroom and practice field, reaching across the country to coach and mentor Special Olympics athletes.
And to learn that in giving, we receive so much more in return. Help us keep that dream alive.
Be part of it.
Get involved.
You can make a difference.
Back out here, Stagg Bowl 50 in Salem, Virginia, where the Stagg Bowl has spent half of its life, and we're getting a classic one here. Keith, 17-all as we enter quarter number 4, and it is third down and 8 for Cortland at the North Central 10-yard line.
And anyone who hadn't seen Zach Boys or hadn't seen North Central's offense to date, becoming pretty impressed, because these are not easy yards. All right, nothing came easy for either of these teams in the first half, but now that we're here through 3, tied at 17, Cortland threatening to score, you're seeing the diversity in Cortland's offense. 360 total yards, North Central 375 total yards, but North Central 327 of those yards on the ground. And Cortland has been much more successful through the air, especially with that touchdown pass in the third quarter, the 65-yarder to J.J. Lapp.
Boys 16-22 for 243 yards and 2 touchdowns. He's outplaying Luke Lanin, who's 5 of 14 for 48 yards and a score. Boys also 12 carries for 94 yards on the ground. Jaden Alfano St. John, just 10 carries for just 17 yards. On the opposite side, North Central, Joe Sacco, 14 carries, 157. Charles Coleman, 9 for 92. Lanin, 7 for 40. Sean Allen, 5 for 38. As we enter quarter number 4, I'm Patrick Coleman alongside Keith McMillan, Frank Rossi, third member of our broadcast crew down on the sidelines. If you see somebody sparkling in the background of a video shot, you can find him at about the 3-yard line as we start quarter number 4. Cortland going left to right across your screen here. 3rd down and 8 from the 10-yard line. Boys with Alfano St. John to his right. He drops back to pass. He's looking left, going for the post route, and it is caught for a touchdown. Idevio with the touchdown catch. 3 TDs on the night. 1 to Burgess, 1 to Lapp, now 1 to Joe Idevio.
Zach Boys is getting everything he wants here in the second half. Randolph making defenders in the first half. Say, I can relate to that. Alma defenders. Alma. They can relate to that. Cortland put up 58. This offense has been functioning at a high level for 3 weeks now. Why would it stop today?
Mike Beloga on to attempt the extra point. Kick is on the way. Plenty of distance, and it is good. So with 14:56 to go in regulation, 24-17. Cortland with the lead.
And that is just easy pickings from the slot. About 10 yards out from the goal line. You got room to run into that corner, and you get matched up on a safety. It's a tough ask of Jerron Williams, the safety, to play because you're looking for slants, and then you got to play that outside route, and you just run from the slot to the corner. And Zach Boys, perfect throw, Idevio, perfect catch. And Cortland, 14 minutes and 56 seasons from a perfect ending to a not perfect season. But what a game this is.
I'm sure someone will vote Susquehanna number 1. Nobody votes Susquehanna number 1.
Hopefully not anyone
not in our
poll. Yeah, because as nice a season as Susquehanna had, they were knocked out in round 1. I do think there's some, and we'll talk about this after the game, post-game podcast wrap-up, about what this Cortland performance tonight says for the parity across D3. I thought there were results across this season that felt more even than any other season. Endicott beating Hardin-Simmons.
Yep.
And then Hardin-Simmons having a result against Wisconsin lacrosse that didn't make sense. And there were so many games this season, Johns Hopkins and Ithaca and teams that played each other where it really made it hard for us to vote in the top 25. But all that being said, North Central was still the consensus number 1, cut above, defending national champion.
Yep.
Been in the last 4 Stagg Bowls, looking for win number 3. They're down 7 here, but they have moved the ball up and down the field. If you think they cannot win this game, think again. They're going to need to get a stop, and I don't know how they're going to stop Zach Boys, but they've been moving the ball up and down the field with this run game, and I know this drive here is important, but 14:56 left. I think this thing's very much not over. You could still see a 31-24 North Central final. You could still see 38-31. There's a lot of scoring potentially left to do. We could see an overtime Stagg Bowl, Pat, which we have not seen before.
We have. You and I have not.
Right.
But Allegheny won in overtime back in 1991, which would be 91's not the right year. 1990, I believe, which would be like Stagg Bowl 18. Been a while.
Got a letter from Allegheny in '94, and they had national champion on there. I thought that was a great program.
They were, and this kickoff is shanked way out of bounds, so it will be ball at the 35 to start off here for North Central.
The North Central run game has had success all day. Got stalled a couple times. deep in Cortland territory in the first half, but hasn't really had a unsuccessful drive. I guess they did punt one time.
Yeah, right.
No turnovers.
Nope. Turned over on downs.
Couple penalties that hurt them.
So here with a prime opportunity, given really good field position to start off this first drive of the fourth quarter. We are in the fourth quarter. Cortland leads North Central 24-17 here in Stagg Bowl 50. Salem, Virginia. Here is the give, and being sandwiched after a short gain, 1 yard, and that is it for Joe Sacco.
Well, you see Cortland starting to feel themselves now. One great play by the defense, and the team is into it. The crowd is into it. Luke Lanyon, though, very calm.
Yep.
2nd and 8. Remember,
they
North
were
Central
down.
Fell behind last week to Wartburg.
Yep.
And
down in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. North Central goes right down the field and scores in that game and eventually wins.
2nd down and 9. Fakes the give. Lanyon looking to throw, looking deep down the field for Hardy, and he hits him at the 25 to the 20. Stumbles after being hit, and he is downed at the 4. First down and goal, North Central.
Just like
Ryan Isom was the one way back who finally got him, but man, Hardy had him beat by a couple of strides, and only again making that saving tackle.
Well, just like we said in the third quarter, that you're not going to hold Cole Burgess down for an entire game. It's been an awfully quiet day for D'Angelo Hardy until that one. North Central had been so effective with the run that they just lulled Cortland to sleep for one. You got Hardy running down the field on a post pattern, now on the 4-yard line for North Central.
59-yard reception. Here's the give on first down, and dropped in the... No! Excuse me! Lanyon is in the end zone! A great tackle executed on Charles Coleman, who does not have the football, and Lanyon is the end zone. That is a 3-play, 65-yard drive, touchdown, Cardinals.
I mean, what a fake. I'm getting ready to call out Jaden Martinez for that outside linebacker blitz again. Just when he's uncovered, he comes in and crashes down on the running back, tackles him from behind. Lanyon kept it that time. Easy touchdown for North Central. Well, let's go back to that pass. D'Angelo Hardy.
Rinnick's extra point is good. All tied up at 24.
Well, I mean, no need to get super technical, right? It's just a guy running a post pattern, running past his guy, Luke Lanyon, spotting it and putting it out there with room for Hardy to run under it. But let's take a step back and now see what we've seen. Gallardi Trophy nominee, quarterback in Zach Boyes.
Semi-finalist.
Great game, thank you. The winner just throwing a beautiful pass for not a touchdown there, but leading his team on a touchdown drive and then scoring. One of the great receivers in Division III in D'Angelo Hardy, and a couple of the great receivers in Division III, J.J. Lapp and Cole Burgess having touchdowns today. Look, the great players are having great games. We got 13:39 left. How quickly? Man, that's crazy. North Central answered in like a minute and
17
thank
seconds.
you.
Yep.
I was doing the math. I did go to a D3 college. I would have gotten there eventually. Math. I was told there would be no math.
Was your understanding? I apologize for your understanding. I think Frank Rossi wants to chime in here with a little shade, too. Go ahead.
Yeah, Randolph-Macon called. They want their degree back. Back up to you.
I don't think that you majored in math. You didn't major in math, right?
That is all you got from the sideline in the fourth quarter of a tie game? Let's go, man.
Your mic is open, Frank.
I got nothing. It's a great game. What do you want from me?
It is a great game. Thank you. People checking in from Monroe Falls, Ohio. East end of Grand Cayman? Are you kidding me?
Oh, man.
I trade places.
You know, we say, I wouldn't rather be anywhere in the world than at the Stagg Bowl tonight. I might not mind being in Grand Cayman, I'll be honest with you.
Appreciate Gordon Mann checking in from Delaware County, Pennsylvania, the D3 Hoops studio right now. Thank you, Gordon, for running D3 Hoops so that I can do this. I appreciate that.
Hey, did Union have a game last weekend? Just checking. Were they in the semifinals? Just checking. We have a classic.
Who would have coached it?
So you gotta pay attention to the goings on in D3 to even get that joke. The coaching carousel.
Busy time of year for that. All right, so North Central's going to kick this off here. 13:39 to go here in the fourth quarter. And it'll be taken on the run at the 12-yard line to the 20, to the 25, across the 30. Finally spun down is Ravi Das Jr. Ravi Das Jr., who returned a punt for a touchdown last week in the national semifinal at Randolph-Macon.
I was going to say it's going to hurt me deeply to talk about why we know Ravi Das Jr.'s name, but that early punt return in that game helped Cortland build a 5-touchdown lead at halftime.
And meanwhile, I think Zach Boyes has answered the question of how is his leg knee.
I told you, he was
right
coming
hand,
back into this
right,
game.
Absolutely. But coming back and being effective. You are not going to bring in anybody else. But he looks like he is at 100%, and here's the give to Alfano St. John, and he has kind of slipped down, maybe had his ankle rolled up underneath him, as Will Kettlecamp in there on the stop after a gain of 2.
It sounds much more painful way to describe slipped on the turf. His ankle rolled up underneath him.
Well, it kind of, I'm just
saying,
kind of looked like that to me.
He seems fine. Look,
he
you may hear more polished broadcasters, but you will never find anyone that loves D3 and loves being here at the Stagg Bowl in Salem more than Pat Coleman and I. And we're bringing you a classic. 13 minutes left.
4 receivers set on 2nd down and 8. Boys looking to throw, looking over the middle, looking right now, dumps it off for Alfano St. John. The 45 just gets the first down, gets across the sticks up to the 48.
Boy, and we're not quite there yet, but we're at the point where somebody is going to etch his name in Cortland football history, in North Central football history, in Division III football history. Every play right now, guy gets tackled. I'm like, is the ball out? Is he going to make? Is he going to juke someone?
Right.
Is this the play? Imagine being one of the players with the helmet on. How you have to control your emotions in this big moment.
They are in the zone. 3 receivers to the left and 1 to the right for Boys. Boys on the draw up the middle and gets back to the line of scrimmage and nothing else. 2nd and 10.
Not a lot going on there for Cortland. North Central defensive line does seem to be getting a little stronger throughout the game. If you lean on a team and you run the ball a lot, you start to wear down the defensive line. Consequently, Cortland has been pass protecting for quite a bit here in the second half and doesn't have quite the impact on a defensive line. And so those North Central guys, they also rotate guys in. They are looking pretty fresh, pretty spry defensively, and they're going to need to come out with a stop with Cortland at midfield.
2nd down and 10. Boys dropping back, now getting shaken out of the pocket. He's going to run himself into North Central territory across the 45 and pushes the ball forward across the sticks as he goes out of bounds, waiting for the spot. You know, they never measure anymore. They just always place the ball on a yard line and decide that we are pushing things forward. This is going to be 3rd down and inches here for Cortland in North Central territory at the 42-yard line, just short of the 42-yard line.
And North Central's got a big problem. Looked like Angelo Cusimano was spying Zach Boyes there. If not, he was just dropped in his zone.
And then we're going to have a stoppage here. Are we going to review the spot?
Cusimano, though,
measure
drops back. He's either in a zone or he's spying. He's looking right at
He's moved the ball forward a yard. That is the spot coming down from upstairs, right?
All right.
Yeah. After it was reviewed upstairs.
I thought that was going to take longer, which is why I was telling my Cusimano story, but they handled that pretty quickly.
Right, Alfano St. John did a great job of holding the ball out, right? You see it. He's got a long enough arm to get that extra yard. That was Boyes. Thank you.
Thank you. I was making a point about how the linebacker has eyes on the quarterback, but just isn't fast enough to keep up with Boyes.
Ball is at the North Central 41-yard line. Cortland, 1st down and 10 after the review. There's the give it, and again, he slips in the backfield, and Alfano St. John punches the turf 3 times. with his right hand.
I'm going to tell you, as a person who's been on the field, your emotions, your pride might be hurt when you slip, but when you punch the ground, it does not feel good. Not in December, and certainly not if it's turf.
It is like 40-some degrees.
Look, I'd be mad too, but you got to keep your emotions in check. 10.5 minutes left between Cortland or North Central and the national championship.
Now it's 2nd and 11 after the loss of 1. Boys on 2nd and long, looking to throw, looking for his receiver, Burgess, and he gets away from a tackle and then gets a first down across the 30 down to the 25. Frankly, Keith, I wasn't sure if that was going to go to Burgess or Kendrick. It's like, look, he overthrew Kendrick. Oh, no, he hit it right in Burgess's breadbasket.
Yeah, that is a case of that hole in the zone we've talked about when a team is in cover 2, except it wasn't much of a hole that time because the flat player was dropped a little deeper than normal, and the route that Burgess ran wasn't very deep. But Burgess is a special player, and if the ball is in his area, 6'1", 200, big, strong guy, he's going to come down with it.
Something catch radius. Burgess and Idevio out to the right. Here's throwing to the left. It's Kendrick, the tight end, getting it in the flat across the 20. Bulls his defender over. Jerron Williams. B.J. Damchick takes the hit. It's down to the 15 and a first down.
That's the play I tried to describe on the podcast last week very poorly, and it's really just a RPO, right? Boyce has the option to hand off to the running back coming, in our case, to the near side, and then he pulls it, and it's an arrow route, a quick out, whatever you might call it, to the tight end. It's a short throw, and it's enough for a Cortland first down.
9-10 and counting, tie game. Ball spotted at the 16-yard line. 24-24 score here in the fourth quarter of Stagg Bowl 50. RPO, and Boyes is going to keep it, goes up the middle, gets down to the 10-yard line. That's a big first down gain. Make it 2nd and 3.
And I don't know if my job is to it's more to analyze what I'm seeing than to think into the future, but you see a chance, a possibility here. Cortland punches it in for a touchdown. Luke Lanin and the North Central offense are going to get the ball back with 7 minutes left maybe, and they're going to have to go tie the game, win the game, just like they did last week at Wartburg, and just like they did last time they had the ball, they went down the field on Cortland, but Cortland right now making sure they need to get 7 out of this.
They've got a 2nd and 3 at the North Central 10-yard line. Looking to pass, looking for a slant. Now cutting back to the corner, and this overthrows J.J. Lapp. J.J. Lapp cut right, then cut left, looking for the corner of the end zone, and ball thrown just out of reach.
Yeah, when you get man coverage down there at the goal line, and you can get a guy single covered like that, and the beginning of the route takes him in toward the end zone, he's got to react, right? It's close to the end zone, and you got to jump the first thing you see. So then once you break out, it's just a touch pass, and Boyes put a little too much air under it, or Lapp ran the route a little too deep and then couldn't get to it. Now brings up a big third down for Cortland. I think Cortland's in 4-down territory here. I don't think they're kicking a field goal.
Third down and a short 4, 2 receivers out to each side. Ball spotted on the 11. Looking to throw over the middle. First down and into the end zone. Touchdown. Joe Idevio, 2nd touchdown catch of the night. And the Red Dragons are back on top.
4th touchdown pass of the second half for Zach Boyes as well. This was a 7-3 game at halftime. I know it's been such an exciting second half that you may forget. Cortland didn't score till 1 second left, and now they've got 31. This team can put up points in a hurry. North Central's going to get the ball back, 8:16 on the clock. If North Central goes down and scores and they tie the game, how much time does we have for Zach Boyes? It's like whoever has the ball last.
Right, exactly. Here the extra point snap was low handled, and the kick is good. So with 8:16 to go here in quarter number 4, it's 31-24. Cortland on top of North Central.
Would love to see the live stats and the split between what Boyes had at halftime, which, again, math, and what he's got now. He's 21 of 28, 279 yards. I'm sorry, 297 yards, 4 touchdowns, and no interceptions.
Here's your halftime stats.
And at halftime, Zach Boyes was 8 of 12 for 78 yards. So you're looking at 219 so far in the second half and 4 touchdowns. for Zach Boys. We did say very
you already
early.
did it, yes.
Very early, he is getting what he likes what he sees. He knows what he's seeing, right? Very early in the third quarter, we saw he got man coverage, he went deep to lap. He got zone coverage, he plunked it right in between that hole in the zone when he went to Adivio over here on the short part.
Heading downstairs, Frank Rossi, what you got?
Let's get perspective from a guy that's never been to a Stagg Bowl before. James, what are you seeing down here? How are you enjoying it?
This game is incredible. I mean, like, way better than any of us could have predicted, expected. The Cortland Red Dragons just keep going punch for punch. They're taking everything that the Cardinals are throwing at them, and they're beating them in a way at their own game. I mean, they're getting beat up in the running game, but this passing attack with Zach Boys is just unstoppable. And North Central does not have anything they can do to slow them down. I mean, they do have about 8 minutes left. They need to tie it up and then either force a turnover or something. Otherwise, you could be seeing an overtime game. When's that happen?
Or you can see Zach Boys win the game with time left. We'll see what happens. You set yourselves upstairs. Back up to you.
All right. Some random guy just takes over the mic, I guess.
Well, he's not random. We do know who he is. Let's not forget, though, North Central. Joe Sacco, 14 carries for 157 yards today. Charles Coleman, 10 for 94. Luke Lanyon has got 44 yards rushing. North Central is at 333 rush yards. So they're going to have to go down the field, but they've gotten almost everything they wanted, and they lulled Cortland defense to sleep last time and hit D'Angelo Hardy on a deep
Lombardi
pass.
almost tripped on the kickoff return, but now he's got the ball across the 30. Actually, he's tripped up right at the 29, and it will be North Central ball there.
I feel like both of these teams have had some nice kick returns today where you think they might get a chance to break one. And, again, North Central blow teams out all year, but they have been in this situation, and they did just fine last week.
Absolutely.
At Wartburg, down by 1. They needed to go down the field, take the lead. 10 minutes ago, real time, I don't know, 12, 15 minutes ago, down by a touchdown against Cortland, needed to go the length of the field, went the length of the field. So this is certainly not over. Cortland defense needs to make a play. Don't have any turnovers today, neither team.
North Central with the football. Lanyon on the keeper. He goes right side across the 35, still on his feet across the 40, first down, moves the chains.
Look, and I don't need to create a narrative for you to enjoy the last 8 minutes of this game with Cortland up 31-24, but
it's not NBC. We don't need a narrative for a sporting event.
Luke Lanyon was awarded the Gallardi Trophy this morning, or today. Deservedly so. He was the top of my ballot. Zach Boys was third on my ballot. Kaiser Helterbrand in the middle for UW lacrosse fans. And Zach Boys is outplaying the Gallardi Trophy winner right now. Luke Lanyon, though, not done yet.
First and 10 on the 41. Lanyon shaken out of the pocket, rolling to the right. Here comes a penalty marker, and he was going to get wrapped and run out of bounds. But penalty, we'll see how that affects the outcome here.
Penalties have not been a huge part of this game. Only 2 called on Cortland today. This is going to be the 7th on North Central. North Central's penalties have been untimely or have not come at good times. Cost them early in the game in the red zone. Cost them on the sideline here right before halftime. This one, however.
Penalty declined on the hold. They're going to take the result, which, of course, is a loss of yards and the down.
Interesting, and I got to correct myself from earlier. There has been 1 turnover in this game. North Central lost a fumble. I don't even remember that. When did that happen?
In this game?
That's what it says in the live stats. Anyway, not a big factor, turnovers or penalties in this game, although North Central's had a couple.
2nd and 15. Lanyon takes it up the middle across the 40, 45, midfield. Gets away.
He has got speed.
He is gone. He is gone. He is gone. Touchdown, North Central. 64-yard scamper for Luke Lanyon. And an extra point could tie it up again with 7:16 to play.
He wasn't being outplayed for that Gallardi Trophy very long now, was he? I'm not saying we needed this narrative, but it just presented itself. Zach Boys is having an all-time great Stagg Bowl game. Luke Lanyon getting in on the action the last 2 drives. A 65-yard pass to D'Angelo Hardy, then runs it in for the touchdown himself. And this time he decides, I'll take it in myself from long distance.
The extra point has the distance, and it is good. All right, 7:16 to go here in regulation to decide who will win the Division III Football National Championship here for 2023. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a minute here on D3Football.com.
For the love of the game. That's what it's all about, they say. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that.
It's more about team and the schools and communities we represent.
And for the many of us blessed with the strength to compete in sport at the college level, we understand that with what we were given comes a special obligation.
Our obligation to help those who have their own special needs and whose love for the game is no less intense.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics. Since August of 2011, we and others from Division III campus communities have volunteered more than 250,000 hours, time away from the classroom and practice field, reaching across the country to coach and mentor Special Olympics athletes.
And to learn that in giving, we receive so much more in return. Help us keep that dream alive.
Be part of it.
Get involved.
You can make a difference.
Back out here in Salem, Virginia, the home of half of all NCAA Division III Stagg Bowls, the home of 102 NCAA championships, 83 of them at the Division III level. The road to Salem has been synonymous with the playoffs and a path to a national championship in so many sports over the course of the past 30 years. And it is the home of Stagg Bowl 50. And it's been a classic one. Keith, it is once again all tied up. Luke Lanin runs it in himself. And here we are.
64 yards on that touchdown run. He's got a ton of speed. You can see why that guy plays center field for the baseball team in the spring. Zach Boys has looked super fast as well. Remember, Boys briefly went out of this game with an injury. He's got his speed back. He really hasn't had to run a whole lot since that injury because he's dicing up the field, throwing the ball. 4 touchdown passes in the second half, 31 all at 7:16. It was 17 all, it was 24 all, now it's 31 all. This game was 7-3 at halftime. It was 0-0 a few minutes before halftime. Now we've got two offenses that have figured things out. 31-31, barn burner on our hands.
Luke Lanin on the night, 115 yards passing, 115 yards rushing, 107 passing. There's Burgess. No, that is Ross taking the ball at the 12, cuts it off to the 25, and is finally escorted out of bounds at the 27-yard line, and that is where Cortland will return to the field. Cortland has been stopped on one occasion here in the second half. But as you said, Keith, 4 touchdown passes for Zach Boys, the junior out of Buffalo, New York. Came into the day 39 touchdowns compared to 5 interceptions. Came into the day with 651 rushing yards, and he has lived up to everything you could ask for from a third-team All-American quarterback. Takes the snap, throws out a quick swing pass to Idevio. Maybe let him out a little bit too far ahead, but he got the catch and got a few yards out of it.
Yeah, if you're going to hit that bubble, you want to hit the guy in stride. Let that one go a little too far, and that's why it was only a short game. Cortland has gone 3-and-out once in the second half. Their second possession, they got the ball first after halftime, scored, and they went 3-and-out. Then you had the long TD to Lap, a couple of touchdown drives, all touchdown drives since then. Burgess, Idevio. They've hardly been stopped, is the point I'm trying to make here.
2nd down and 8. Getting chased out of the pocket. Boys dumps it off. Pass complete. Burgess right there at the first down marker. Man, Boys, he was right up at the line of scrimmage as he released that pass.
Yeah, and again, he and Boys and Luke Lanin are so similar in that they can buy time with their feet but they're also looking downfield. And so the throw on the run, the guy looks like he's going to take it and go. And he completes that short pass to Idivio and gets a first down.
Ball at the 37. Coming up on 6 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. Tie game, 31 apiece. Fakes the give. Looking over the middle. Pass complete to Burgess at midfield and into North Central territory. Yes, he signals first down at the 47 as the chains move.
I love Cole Burgess. I hate when people do that. But guys playing a game of his life, helped get his team to the Stagg Bowl. He's allowed to do a little first down point. You can't tell me, even, a 90s player like myself, you can't tell me the game of football is not harder than it's ever been for a defensive player, where you not just worrying about reading your run keys or playing the pass, and it's going to be one or the other. It's both on every play, and it's just got to be almost impossible.
When you're playing teams like this, there's a shovel to Burgess. Burgess on the sweep around to the left, and he picks up a couple of yards across the 45 and down to the spot, the 42-yard line of North Central.
Yeah, we've seen both teams run that play as a jet zone read, so they'll have the jet sweep wide receiver come in motion, and they'll snap it to the quarterback and then pitch it really quickly. It looks, you want to go way back in football history, it looks kind of like a buck sweep as well.
All right.
That, though, was designed. There was no run option up the middle on that one. They just snapped it and quickly pitched it to Burgess. Clearly just wanted to run an outside run and make sure he got a touch on this drive.
Second down and 5. Here's the give to Alfano St. John, and he just goes nowhere. He skids to a stop, trying to sweep around the left side, and gets met by 3 Cardinals.
Yeah, what he has not been able to do today in Alfano St. John is stretch plays out wide. North Central just has the speed and the discipline to pursue those plays horizontally. The things that have worked for Cortland have been passes in the middle of the field. That's how they killed Randolph-Macon last week, and they've done pretty well in the middle of the field tonight. I'm not just bringing up Randolph-Macon to keep talking about Randolph-Macon. It's relevant to the moment, but they have not been able to get anything horizontally, so except those jet sweep runs. So they really need right here on 3rd and short to hit that seam again.
It's going to be a 3rd down and 5. Swings it back to the near side, and it is batted down. It'll be 4th down.
Hey, well, like we talked about, somebody's going to etch their name in history and needs to make a play. And for the North Central defense, it's Bobby Medina. We've called his name, even though he's not listed as a starter in North Central, we've called his name a couple of times tonight. That's a big play. That forces a 4th down for Cortland, and the offense stays on the field.
3:49 left here in a tie game. Is a 4th down in North Central territory, and they are keeping the offense on the field.
If you get this, great, and maybe you want to go hard.
And here's a timeout coming. Cortland is going to think about this.
That was going to be it was going to be tough to make that point fast. Look, maybe you want to on 4th and 5. Maybe you want to be aggressive and not punt the ball and try to have your defense win it, especially if defense hadn't stopped the North Central the past couple drives.
Right.
But this is dangerous. All right, if you can get 5 yards, great. You look like a genius. You believed in your offense. But if you don't get it here, North Central, ball's on the 42-yard line. North Central is going to have the ball with a relatively short field, plenty of time. No field goal kicker, though, but plenty of time to drive down the field for the winning score. So this here could be game.
Right. I mean, not no field goal kicker, but you're going to get down to about the 10-yard line before you think about it. That's for sure.
Yeah, and he's even kicked a field goal tonight. What I mean is they've only attempted 3 field goals all season in 15 games. So they're not looking to kick. They're not going to be looking to kick a field goal. But you got to get a stop here, and Cortland's got to convert.
Here's his 4th down play. 4th down and 5 yards.
What do you do here? Pass Burgess, pass the lap?
Sure, one or both. Probably not both. Idivio in motion towards the near side. 3 receiver set. Chased out of the pocket. Boys, everybody's locked up. Boys takes it himself. 40, first down, 35 and the 30, and the chains move, and Cortland is still on the march. 3:41 to play.
Why didn't I suggest that? Have boys just keep it.
Suggest a play in which he really wanted to throw to Lapp, who was tied up, to Idevio, who was tied up, and it was like, all right, this is why I have legs.
Well, it was the pressure from Angelo Cusimano that made it so Boys couldn't even really set his feet to throw and had to flush out of the pocket early. Cusimano was fast enough to flush Boys, but not fast enough to catch him from behind, and so you have a Cortland first down.
First down at the 30. 3:14 and counting remaining in the fourth quarter. And now Alfano St. John has a little room to finally work with up the middle, and he gets across the 25 to the 24 for a pick of a 6 on first down.
I think that was Ashton Capone with the carry, which is
there you go. Thank you. Yep.
Yeah, they go too deep in the backfield as well. They haven't had to run the ball a whole lot tonight, and when they have, it's been a lot of Boys. But Kurt Fitzpatrick right now looks like a genius. Does not want to give this ball back to North Central.
Sure.
He wants
and
this game
is losing.
to end.
We know that.
He wants this game to end with Cortland having the ball and ideally scoring.
2:40. Yeah. Well, it's not going to end if somebody doesn't score, but yes. 2:35 and counting. North Central, if they need to use timeouts, they have 2 of them remaining. Here is the give again to Capone. Capone, they've used him as a third down back, but he's having some success here now in these situations as well. A bit of a change of pace for the senior out of Saratoga Springs, New York, in the Albany area.
You insist on being correct on the details.
I've been told
you can't
to give good details.
The game will not end if there's not a score. College football, you guys know this.
We'll keep going.
Yeah. There will be a winner declared tonight.
Hopefully tonight, yes.
Yeah. We got a while before midnight. I think we can get this thing.
It's third down and very short. Boys out of the shotgun. He's got Capone to his left. He's got Burgess in motion. He takes the snap. He gives the swing pass out to Burgess. Burgess cuts it up the field. First down, 20, 15, 10, 5, and into the end zone for a touchdown. And Cortland takes that 3rd and 1 and takes it all the way to the end zone with 1:41 left. 37-31, Cortland in front.
And you're going to hate this analysis. Did they score too fast?
No, that is that. I was waiting for you to say it because it's not really appropriate as the play-by-play guy to say it right away.
I mean, you score whenever you can score. You got to, if you can get a touchdown, you get a touchdown.
Wow, and he just tiptoes that sideline. We're looking at it, and we're continuing to look at it. And, of course, the replay folks have been looking at it all along. If they needed to stop play, they could do so. Instead, the extra point unit is on the field. Beloga's kick is good. And so 1:41 to play. I just put a North Central player on the front page of the website, and I have to take it and swap it out. This is a barn burner.
Well, yeah, there will be no barns standing anywhere in the Roanoke Valley after this thing's over.
Sorry, Ryan.
Look, let's put it into context.
Does Ryan have a barn? Ryan doesn't have a barn.
Let's put into context what is happening here. Northeast, East Coast, East region, whatever you want to say. I know we don't go by those regions anymore, but has not had a national champion since 1991, hasn't even put a team in the Stagg Bowl since 1999. You've got Cortland leading mighty North Central, defending champion North Central, with 1:41 left, 38-31. This game was 7-3 at halftime. There's a whole side of the bracket that was maligned. Maybe by people on Twitter that aren't the people that we should be listening to, but the games have a funny way of correcting any kind of misconceptions, any kind of thoughts that weren't based.
It's as if we decide a champion on a field without the artificiality of a poll deciding who gets in. Even as maligned as our 32-team bracket was this year, it was still a 32-team bracket.
Here's the crazy thing. It's not over.
No, it's not. Lombardi takes the kickoff at his own 5-yard line up the middle to the 25, skips forward to about the 27-yard line, 1:35. 2 timeouts for North Central. They've scored in way less tonight.
Last drive was 3 plays, 71 yards, 54 seconds.
I got to get Frank downstairs up.
Guys, on the sideline, the defense for Cortland is saying, one stop and we're national champions. They're believing here, and why not with 95 seconds left and a 7-point lead? Go back up to you.
All right, Frank, I mean, that is true. A stop gets it done. I am handing in my ballot for most outstanding player. No, I'm not. I thought you were coming to get it.
Jay says you can't.
No, so I just handed you a piece of paper with 2 names on it. We'll see how this final 93 seconds goes. Pass over the middle, complete. That is to Rummel, and Rummel gets out of bounds at the 40-yard line. Jack Rummel, first catch of the night, 10th catch of the season for the freshman out of Gilbert's, Illinois. Stops the clock with 1:30.
Look, you're going to get deep coverage. Cortland's going to play soft, 2 safeties deep, take the crosser over the middle, get you some yards, get out of bounds. North Central, 2 timeouts, 1:30. They need a touchdown.
Sacco in the backfield. Lanin looking to throw, looking over the middle. Wide open is D'Angelo Hardy in the middle of everything. To the 40, to the 35, to the 20, 10, 5. Touchdown with 1:20 to play and an extra point away from tying it up.
An absolute classic. D'Angelo Hardy was wide open in the middle of the field, puts a move on the safety from Cortland, and then takes it the rest of the way himself. And look, we said it earlier in the game, you're not going to hold Cole Burgess down. You're not going to hold D'Angelo Hardy down. D'Angelo Hardy is going to finish his career tonight as one of the great receivers in Division III. He was on the field the first time North Central won a national championship. He was on the field when they lost the Stagg Bowl, and he was on the field when they won last year. So D'Angelo Hardy, who better in a big moment? But the move he put.
And the 2-point unit is out here.
Oh!
North Central has only gone for 2 once all season, and it was last week at Wartburg. They were successful to make it a 7-point game.
Set on Brad Spencer.
Here's the, nope, they're going to get a whistle as Cortland gets a timeout to ice them, as it were. All right, Frank Rossi, what you got?
Had his eye the whole time. The referee, he had talked to beforehand to make sure that he knew to look for him for the timeout. He waited till the last possible second of the sideline to make sure that they had a sight of what the 2-point play was at least drawn up to be. And there you go with the timeout. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Frank. Yep.
And now the question for Brad Spencer is, do you switch to another 2-point play?
What's your second best 2-point play?
Yeah, and you're going to have at this point in the season, 5 or 10. You're not just going to have one. So they've already shown the sprint rollout. It was going to be Lanin, and it was D'Angelo Hardy front corner of the end zone. Now, you can just run that same thing from another formation. You can run it to the other side. The ball is on the near hash here. It's on the north central side of the field. All right, so on the Cortland side, there's a whole wide side of the field out here. They had a sprint rollout on, which meant Lanin could keep it. Lanin could throw. Hardy front pylon, which is probably the top option. We're going to get the same formation. You're not going to get the same routes, I would guess.
They did a direct snap to Hardy in this situation last week. Now Hardy is lined up in the slot to the right. He's out there along with Lombardi, split way to the right,
short side,
running to the left, and he is gonna get stopped. The defense holds. The defense right up front with it. Naz-Jean Lubin first to hit him, and the 2-point conversion attempt fails with 1:20 to play.
What a set on Brad Spencer, and what a defensive play by the Red Dragons. This is a team that had to survive a throw into the end zone to win in the first round, had to survive a field goal attempt in round 2. Then they went nuts in round 3 and round 4. Held the 3 points in the first half, and they've gone nuts tonight. 38-37, and with everything on the line, they come up with a defensive stop on a 2-point conversion play.
Man, Keith, you do not get Cinderella stories in football, right? Football is not really set up for that. Division III football has been the elites and the super elite of the super elite for so long. And if Cortland can get a first down here, then they're going to be in kneel down formation, and they are going to come away with an incredible national championship run through this bracket.
Look, this is a win for a lot of programs. Like you said, Pat, there have been some elites.
You're right.
There's a minute 20 left. This is a win for the Northeast. It would be the first time since 1999. This is a win for...
No, since 91 for a win.
I'm sorry, you're right. 99 is the first team here. North Central is going to kick an onside kick. So let me stop talking about a win.
Here's Rinnick to attempt the onside kick. Kick is on the way. Doesn't get the hop. It is covered right away by Andrew Tarpey up front, the wide receiver, and that is one early victory here for Cortland. North Central still has 2 timeouts. Cortland cannot run out this clock entirely without a first down.
And they have not had a lot of success running the ball in the second half, especially with Jaden Alfano St. John. He slipped a couple times on the turf. So this thing isn't over. And imagine if this comes down to North Central getting the ball back and a field goal attempt to win it from someone who's kicked 3 field goals all year. Cortland is looking for a first down. You're going to see a ball go to Cole Burgess here at some point.
Keith, the last time a team that played on the road in the first round won a Stagg Bowl was 1999 when it was Pacific Lutheran. Here is the handoff. And bouncing off a tackler and going and sliding down inbounds as Ashton Capone moves the chains with $1:12 to play.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's still a minute 12, 2 timeouts. That first down, I don't know if it changes the situation all that much.
Changes it a little bit. You gain some yardage too, right?
Yardage is nice.
And a timeout here will be taken by North Central because the clock would restart on the snap.
A couple of really smart things that Cortland has done. Changed out the running back here in the fourth quarter and took that timeout, which forced North Central to change. It didn't force North Central, but got North Central to change its 2-point play because it had showed the first option.
All right, Frank, what you got down there?
Yeah, at this point, they know that there's nothing they can do. 120 was what the clock would need to read with only 1 timeout left, so this game is over. They're going to take kneel downs, guys.
It was my understanding that there would be no math, but that is math involved here with just 74 seconds left and 1 timeout remaining for North Central.
Well, what a story for North Central. And this is for all the, for Cortland. Let's do that again. What a story for Cortland.
Kneeling it down, Cortland. Zach Boys, and here's the timeout with 1:12.
What a story for Cortland, because it was a program that lost a game during the season. Had to survive in round 1 and round 2. And just came into this game cool as a cucumber, just not overwhelmed by the moment, not looking at North Central as some unbeatable juggernaut.
No.
And look, the first half was a good first half, but it wasn't pretty.
Nope.
But we're looking at D3 history here, and where better place for it to happen on this field in Salem in the 50th Stagg Bowl. Again, the first champion for a team from the north, the first championship for a team from the Northeast since Ithaca, Cortland's rival, in 1991. Even I wasn't a D3 player then.
Another kneel down. Clock ticks.
What a gutty second half from Zach Boys. Just spreading it all over the field. Cole Burgess, Joe Adivio, J.J. Lapp. What a play from the defense. The Cortland defense on a 2-point play. What a decision by North Central. They could have kicked the field goal and we could play some overtime. Well, maybe it wouldn't have made it to overtime. Maybe Brad Spencer didn't want to see that defense have to go back out there and play overtime.
34 seconds to play. Cortland kneels it down. Zach Boys runs to the sidelines. Plays Snow Angels. Cortland is your 2023 Division III football national champions. They beat North Central. Snap the Cardinals' 29-game winning streak. Your final score, Cortland 38, North Central 37. Keith, Division III football never, still 24 years we've been doing this, and Division III football can still surprise us.
Well, the last time we had a surprise of this magnitude was probably about 24 years ago right here on this field. It certainly wasn't a game like this one where you get 10 points in the first half and then you finish with a 38-37 game. The mighty North Central Cardinals, defending champion, decide to go for two. Cortland calls a timeout. They have to run a different two-point play, or North Central decides to run a different two-point play. They put it in the hands of Luke Lanin, their best player, the Gallardi Trophy winner. They put behind their mighty offensive line, and Cortland defense comes up with the stop. This is really a tremendous story. Again, Cortland blew a 17-point lead late against Susquehanna. Lost a game in the middle of the season, had to win out to get into the playoffs, had to beat rival Ithaca in the Cortica Jug game to even be in the postseason. Sent on the road in round one, held on to beat Endicott 23-17. In round two against Grove City, converted a 4th and 5, a 4th and 15.
Yeah.
2-point conversion pass to Amari Kendrick. Then Grove City drives, chance to win the game with a field goal. The field goal's no good. Cortland moves on. Round three, they play this amazing first half against Alma, where the teams are scoring back and forth. Cortland wins that one 58-41. Cortland has the game of its life in the semifinals at Randolph-Macon, 35-0 in the first half. And then the second half of its life behind Zach Boys, just dealing all over the field. Cortland Red Dragons are your national champions. First champion from the East, from the Northeast, since 1991.
And you hear fireworks continuing to go off here in Salem Stadium. What a way to celebrate the 50th season of NCAA Division III, the 50th season of Division III football, and Stagg Bowl 50, than to have one of the epic games. As Zach Boys leads his team to a 38-37 win. Do not go away, folks. Frank Rossi is down on the field, and when it is allowed for us to do so, he will be interviewing people on the field. We are not done here yet tonight.
Tremendous. What a game for Cortland State. What a moment this is for again, it's so relatable for a lot of Division III teams. Cortland was a team that was 9-0 at the beginning of last season.
Yep.
Lost to their rival.
Yep.
Gets in the playoffs.
Lost to somebody, what school I forget was
Well, they're leading at halftime. Didn't score in the second half of that game in the first round last year at Randolph-Macon. And so they were 9-0, then they lost 2 games, and they really had to re-examine themselves over this offseason, rededicate themselves. Ran into another roadblock again against Susquehanna in the middle of the season. Survived in rounds 1 and 2, and since they got past Grove City, the team has been just on a roll, and they gave North Central everything it could handle tonight. And it just seemed too, I don't want to say preordained, but too perfect for the 50th Stagg Bowl in Salem for a team to come in here and go and play against a defending national champion, a team looking to etch itself into one of the great, as one of the great teams in history. And North Central is going to fall 1 point short of that distinction. And Cortland is celebrating not a Cinderella story, but certainly an unlikely national champion. But they deserve it, every bit of it. They gave us a game for the ages, stood tall against a team that was vying to be one of the great teams in D3 history.
Official attendance 3,381. Time of game somewhere more than 3 hours and 7.5 minutes. That was the over. That's the reason why mention that.
Okay.
Now
I mean, what a just amazing second half. All defense in the first half, all offense in the second half. It comes down to a 2-point conversion. Again, North Central put the ball in the hands of its Gallardi Trophy winning quarterback. The defense blew it up. What a season. How about it? Pat, have we seen a better Stagg Bowl?
I haven't seen a better Stagg Bowl.
We've seen some good ones, but I don't know if we've seen a better game than this in the sense that, again, it was all defense. It was always close. I don't know if any team ever led by more than 7. Tied at 17, tied at 24, tied at 31, and North Central eschews a chance to tie it at 38 by going for 2. Going for the win. And what an amazing finish it would have been if they'd have gotten that. But tonight is Cortland's night.
I know we got Frank Rossi down on the field waiting for an opportunity to chat with people on mic. We will have that for you as well. There will be a trophy presentation here for In the Stadium. There was a trophy presentation for television purposes, and now a more stadium-wide celebration, and the Cortland fans have poured out of that far side
from the
stand
30
into this field.
To the 50, it's all red and white, and that's one reason why Salem is such a great venue for this championship, is it has that D3 feel. It has people in the city who care about Division III football, people who care about hosting this game. There were a lot of Salem High jackets out in the stands today. But by D3 feel, I mean the fans can just come out of the stands and walk on the field and enjoy this championship moment. You can't do that when the Cortica Jug game is at MetLife or at Yankee Stadium, right? So this is really a beautiful moment for Cortland fans, and again for fans of upstate New York football, for Northeast, all that. Just a really, really great Stagg Bowl, and what a moment worthy of the 50th Stagg Bowl.
2023 Stagg Bowl trophy presentation. Committee Chair Matt Moore, head football coach, University of Northwestern St. Paul, here to hand over that trophy to Cortland football.
Announcement was just made that as the trophy was presented by Matt Moore, the chair of the Division III Football National Committee, Cortland team up on the risers on the dais.
All right, Coach Fitzpatrick, we just spoke moments ago. It hasn't sunk in yet. Hasn't sunk in that you guys just earned your first ever Stagg Bowl in full history.
It's starting to sink in now, just to see the smiles on the players' faces, on all of our families, alumni. I honestly can't put it into words how much this means. We worked so hard for this. North Central's such a great team. So proud of the way we just kept playing today. This is unbelievable.
You just looked at me and said, I feel like we have to score another touchdown. Was the adrenaline still going?
I'm still in game mode. I feel like we're going to get the ball back and have to go down and score again. But we made such a great stop in the 2-point conversion. I'm so proud of our team.
All right, Coach, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Go Dragons.
All right, and next up, we have our most outstanding player.
Most outstanding player announcement
out
to come.
Here, Zach Boys.
Zach Boys.
Zach Boys, most outstanding player.
Most outstanding player, Zach Boys, 26 of 34 passing for 349 yards and 5 touchdowns, 16 carries for 123 yards. And let's go back down to the field for the interview.
Cortland leading this team to a D3 national championship. Put it into words for me what it means.
It's everything. It's everything I ever worked for, man. You get on this stage, you want to play well, you want to play good in these moments, and I pride myself on taking the big games and playing your best. So I'm so damn proud of these guys. And just the way that we fought all day. No one ever thought that we had a chance, right? No one ever thought that Cortland was going to come out here and do this. All I heard all week was let's set this offense, let's set the list. You know, we got a damn good team over here in Cortland, New York. So I'm just proud of our guys and happy to get this thing, man.
Speaking of, what does it mean to win Most Outstanding Player of this year's Stagg Bowl?
You know, it's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. It's a great award, but I wouldn't have been able to do it without these guys, man. Our guys up front, our receivers made a ton of plays today. Our defense played outstanding in the first half. You know, they got a great offense themselves, so being able to hold them to 7 at half was great. So we just had to make some adjustments, come out and play our game in the second half, and happy we did.
All right, what's the bus ride back home going to be like?
Oh, man, I don't know. It's going to be a lot better with that national championship, man. I'll tell you that. But we're definitely going to enjoy it tonight, and then hopefully we get down to Cortland, New York, and have some fun down there.
All right, enjoy the celebration.
Zach boys having fun. Looking forward to a 511-mile bus ride back to Cortland, New York. Zach boys, thanks Fran Aaliyah for mentioning the first player to go 300 yards and 100 yards, 300 passing, 100 rushing since J.J. Tutwiler did it. You remember J.J. Tutwiler, 2002 against TCNJ.
We got to give some credit to Kurt Fitzpatrick here. Thinking about putting this team on the bus when he didn't have to.
Twice.
Giving them a special moment. This team played one home game.
Yeah, one home game in this bracket.
And if you go back, you know, really to the Cortica Jug game, they haven't played but one home game since November 4th. This team's been road warriors. Kurt Fitzpatrick played that well. He never bought into the hype of thinking his team didn't have a chance, right? He just played everything so cool, and you know, you talk to Cole Burgess and Zach Boys and Jack Wiley and all these guys, they just did not seem like a team that was going to be overwhelmed by the moment tonight at any point.
Matt Snyder says in the chat, Cortland will never, ever fly. 3,848 yards, 3,848 miles on the bus here this postseason when you factor in the trip they're about to take tomorrow on the way back to Cortland, New York. What a story. We talked about that 2006 men's lacrosse championship game. Arguably, that is a bigger upset. Salisbury hadn't lost a game in 69 in a row. 3 consecutive national championships. That Salisbury in men's lacrosse is what Mount Union was in Division III football, what Whitewater was in Division III football, what North Central is trying to be in Division III football. This is a pretty epic win in that regard.
What a win for the city of Salem as well, bringing the Stagg Bowl back for a one-off. The Stagg Bowl will go back to Canton next season for the year that it missed. I
think Humboldt, Texas first? I don't know the order.
Yeah. The details. Always Pat with the correct details.
Maybe.
In any case, what a win for the city of Salem, too, to have a Stagg Bowl worthy of all the, fully half or maybe one Stagg Bowl short of half the Stagg Bowls have been played here in Salem, and so they brought it back for number 50, and Cortland and North Central delivered a classic. Absolute classic.
Once again, that final score. Cortland 38, North Central 37. We're continuing with post-game coverage here at Stagg Bowl 50. Frank Rossi is down on the field somewhere in this scrum of humanity, looking for a post-game interview. Frank, do we still have you, Frank?
I can see him.
Okay, tell me.
Tell him I can see him. He is in the sea of humanity.
Helpful. Give me a yard line.
A 10,
Okay.
9, 10 or 9,
All right.
dead center.
Okay.
He appears to be hugging a
People
player.
are hugging people around him?
right.
Oh, okay.
Well, I hadn't planned to say this on air, but I didn't know if I wanted to write a column from this game, but I feel like this would be a pretty good column, so why don't I head down to the post game?
All right. You go do that. There's 3 minutes before North Central will appear at that post game. I can hold down the fort here as the celebration continues in Salem, Virginia. Cortland 38, North Central 37. And we're going to send you downstairs for Frank Rossi.
We're just waiting here. Zach Boyce just found his Jerry, and we're going to get both of them if we can. So hold on for me.
Sounds good. Zach Boyce, of course, on the day, 26 of 34 passing for 349 yards and 5 touchdowns. He was sacked once. He had 16 carries for 123 yards, and Frank has him right now. Go ahead, Frank.
Zach, first things first. We didn't all believe in you guys. I know you're taking it personally a little bit. The floor is yours. Tell us what your thoughts are about everything here.
Yeah, we've read the stuff all week, and to his credit, North Central's the best team we faced all year. They're the #1 team in the country for a reason. But it's just kind of awesome when you're the underdog story, right? When no one believes in you. We only had a 10% chance to win, or whatever they were saying all over social media. So it was it fueled us all week. It fueled me all week to come out here and play my brand of football. And I just wanted to put on for Cortland. Most importantly, these guys deserve all the respect. We put in all this hard work. We put in all this time. So I'm very proud of the guys and how they came out with it.
Jerry, how do you feel about watching your son do this?
It's a bit surreal, but it is just so neat to watch Zach do his thing and quite frankly do something I couldn't do. He won a national championship. And boy, I'll tell you what, he's going to hold that over me for a lifetime.
He said on a pregame show he was going to use on the golf course against you. I'll just let you know right there. Zach, there are times in this game where you guys look like you were going to start falling behind or have to give up the ball. And your feet, your legs, Joe Burrow, is what pretty much got you through this game. Did you expect that to be part of the game plan?
A little bit. We watched the lacrosse film, and that I don't know how to say his name. I think I want to say Kieser. Helterbrand is Kaiser. He is an unbelievable player, and we saw how much you could scramble around him. So I kind of watched that film a lot, and that's the main film I watched, just to see how his rush lanes and how he got out of the pocket. So we didn't really run too many design runs, but they were just open lanes, and the pocket broke down, just had to go make a play. It's very simple. So you just gotta. How can you do things off script is how I pride myself on. So just being creative and find ways to keep the chain moving.
You play mistake-free football these last couple of games that I've been at the field for. You made some mistakes before, but you didn't necessarily lose because of them. How did you clean up your game?
I just kind of looked myself in the mirror and just challenged myself. Really, the first two weeks of the playoffs, I just didn't play my best ball. I just kind of looked back to that Cortland game in Yankee Stadium. And, I just remember that feeling of, letting the guys down, and I hated that. So it just kind of fueled me the last 2 weeks just to, go out and it was really just me trying to do too much, and when I just sit back and just let the game come to me and let my playmakers make plays, we're a dangerous group, and that's what we did today. So, it's really just those hard looks in the mirror, and you just got to humble yourself sometimes and keep your feet grounded.
And what do you have to say to your dad? What did you say to him when you found him just a few minutes ago?
Just that I love him. He inspired me to be in this position. From like I keep saying, like I tell everybody, man, I grew up on the sideline of Buffalo State football, and all those guys from Casey Kaz and Kyle Hoppy, from Mike Doherty, John Alessandra, Mitch Thomas, all those guys, man. They really brought me onto those wings and showed me the brotherhood. And he was just there to guide me on the ropes and pull me off the field when it was time to go get a dinner or something. But his impact on me is just one that I'll always love and never take advantage of.
20 years of fighting for upstate New York football and East Region football. Personally, I'm going to say to you, this was an incredible thing to watch on the sideline, my friend. Congratulations. Go celebrate.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you for all you do.
Back up to you guys.
All right. Frank Rossi with Zach and Jerry Boys there. Indeed, a great day for East Region, shall we say, Division III football. Region 1, Region 2, whatever. The East Region wins a Division III football national championship for the first time since 1991. Walden and Bronze headed back to upstate New York. It'll be carried by the Cortland Red Dragons. And there's a back downstairs for Frank Rossi.
Go to media. Yeah.
Coach.
We got to go up there. Okay.
Yep. Thank you. Coach, you are as excited a head coach as I've ever seen in my 16 Stagg Bowls. Did you ever foresee this? When we did our interview during COVID, when you first moved over to Cortland, did you ever see this coming to be during that time from Morrisville to Cortland and COVID in between?
I don't know if I saw it in 3 years, to be honest with you. It's real. Cortland's a special place that takes athletics very seriously, and athletics is at the forefront of our university. And our president is not too shy to admit that. So I knew we could build something that was competitive on a national level. But then you get special kids like this, like Zach Boyce, Cole Burgess, Jack Winey, Jaden Martinez, Mark Noel. The list goes on and on. Guys that just are special people, special players. This is just a special team. I'm just so proud of them.
Zach Boyce, so you call him special. He was making mistakes. We were just talking to him about it. And he cleaned up his game the last 2 games unbelievably. Now, obviously, you have some knowledge of what to do from that position. What have you been saying to him to get him to clean up that game, to be in this position, basically?
Ever since we lost in the Cortland game in Yankee Stadium, him and our focus was on next play. And just don't let the moment get too big. Be the same quarterback every game, no matter who you're playing, and just let the defense tell you where to throw the ball and execute. And when you have that kind of mindset, even under pressure, you can keep the same process. And Zach's so talented. He's so accurate. He's so mobile. You know, when he just doesn't try to do too much and just lets the game come to him, he can do great things like he did today.
I got to be honest with you. I didn't see this coming. I said it to Zach. I've been somebody that's been a proponent for 20 years for East Region and New York football. What does this mean, do you think, to the entirety of New York football, watching this happen on ESPNU and everything else?
I mean, I can't speak for other schools, but I know we got, 90% of our team is New York high school football players, and we just won the national championship. I think that pretty much speaks for itself. I think Division III football in the Northeast is getting better. I think we have some great coaches, some great players, and we're slowly getting better all across the board. And we were prepared to play this game because of the opponents that we played during the season and then through the playoffs. And it's hard to explain really, but I'm proud to be from New York. We knew we were representing the Northeast and New York State playing out here today, and I'm glad that we can put some respect on New York football.
I'll let you go celebrate. Congratulations, my friend.
Thanks, Frank. Appreciate it.
Back up to you.
Thanks, Kurt Fitzpatrick, for joining Frank Rossi down on the field here as post-game coverage continues. The 2023 Division III Football National Championship goes to Cortland. They defeat North Central by the score of 38-37. One of the topics of conversation before this game started was who would be number 1, who would be number 2. Frankly, people were asking, would Cortland play well enough to merit the number 2 spot in the poll when it was all said and done? Or should that have happened? Should that have gone to somebody like Wartburg? People were saying the national championship game was played at Waverly last week. The national championship game was played in La Crosse, Wisconsin in the quarterfinals. I can tell all of you with the full 100% certainty the national championship game was played here tonight. And it was an epic one, which will not be soon forgotten. Salem, Virginia comes back to be the big stage of Division III football, and they get a game that out-transcends which is not a word, but out-transcends the entire magnitude of the stage that was allotted to it. Instead of the discussions I mentioned a moment ago, instead discussions may be, was this the best national championship game ever? And there are thoughts to be had about that. Allegheny beating Lycoming in overtime in 1990. Mount Union edging out Bridgewater in front of almost 8,000 fans on this same field back in 2001. A number of epic Whitewater Mount Union battles. St. John's coming back from multiple touchdowns down in 1976 to beat Towson State 31-28. This game belongs in that pantheon as Cortland gets a stop on a 2-point conversion attempt by Luke Lanin with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter and holds on for a 38-37 win. Frank, I'm going to relieve you of duty for the rest of the evening down on the field. Appreciate it. Great interviews with Zach and Jerry Boys. Great interview with Kurt Fitzpatrick. Thank you for your work tonight, all week, and all season in the service of Division III football. Thanks to my broadcast partner, Keith McMillan. Thanks to Greg Thomas, sitting here alongside, providing stats. Thanks to Ryan Tips and Jim Dixon. Thanks to everybody here for D3Photography.com, our friends who do photos. Thanks to the sports information directors for tonight's game, Clark Teuscher of North Central, Fran Elia of Cortland, whose name I pronounced correctly 3 times in a row, and I might be able to remember it going forward. Thanks to everybody here involved in the local organizing committee, the folks from the city of Salem, the folks from the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. Thanks to everybody involved with NCAA Division III. Thanks to everybody who we leave home in order to do this for 16 weeks every fall and early winter. We appreciate everything that you have done for us. And I will close by saying this copyrighted broadcast of the Stagg Bowl on D3Football.com is the property of D3Football.com and intended solely for the private personal use of our audience. Any other broadcast, rebroadcast, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express written consent of D3Sports.com is strictly prohibited. We'll be back on the air on December 27th from Las Vegas, Nevada, as we get you started with the D3Hoops.com Classic. Looking forward to seeing a number of ranked teams at this event. We're looking forward to that. Dave McHugh, Gordon Mann, and I will have the call of all of those games from South Point Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. And your final score here tonight. Cortland, the Red Dragons, slay the Dragon in North Central. They beat the Cardinals 38-37. Good night, everybody.